And here it is, we go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen, one man went to mail. Here it is, we go again. Here I am again. I hope you're there. The session starts, your company required. That thing that happens twice a day. Ovie took it on excellently in the earlier session. Hopefully the later session matches up. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 ABIKE. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 ABIKE.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, holy, faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 ABIKE. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 ABIKE.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And where is everybody? So there it is, the Holy Holy song. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Tinubu meets Osinbajo in Abuja. So Tinubu meets Osinbajo in Abuja. It looks as though now things are starting to thaw between the two of them. And necessarily, Tinubu needs all hands on deck if he's going to give it any real go, this ambition that is threatening to pull through. So there it is. There's peace in the land, it will appear to seem, within the APC party at least. Tinubu meets Osinbajo in Abuja. So quite what that means, I will find out shortly. So this now is threatening to be the news of the day, and it's being reported slowly but steadily in several news outlets. So Atiku fell ill, flown out for medical treatment. This is Fani Kayode making the assertion. He alleges ex-VP spokesperson reacts. So there it is. Atiku fell ill, flown abroad for medical treatment. So there it is. So what that means, we'll find out shortly. Tinubu, Atiku, or Obi, Governor Wike speaks on presidential candidate Nigerians should vote for. So I mean, that already tells you a lot that you need to know about that space. If a top functionary of the PDP party is speculating as to who Nigerians should vote for in an election that his party is very much in play with a very good chance, then that tells you that that character has already left that party. Atiku fell ill, flown out for medical treatment. Fani Kayode alleges ex-VP spokesperson reacts. So quite what that means, I will find out shortly. Sorry, that wasn't even the headline. Tinubu, Atiku, or Peter Obi, Governor Wike speaks on presidential candidates Nigeria should vote for. That was the one that I was just reflecting on just a moment ago. Atiku off to Europe on business. PDP says amid speculation, ex-vice president slumped, flown to France for medical treatment. So there it is. So there it is, and there it is right there. So the expectation, of course, was that this was going to happen in the Tinubu space. Hand they shake, leg they shake, bottom they shake, and eyes they roll, and all of that are business that they entertain us with. Even Atiku Abubakar has previously thrown acerbic remarks in the direction of Tinubu regarding the speculations around his health. But now look at it. Look how the tide have turned. Atiku off to Europe on business, that's in quotation marks. PDP says, amid speculation, ex-vice president slumped, flown to France for medical treatment. So what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. This a real cause for concern. China opens police station in Nigeria. So there it is right there. And we've seen this is it in Zambia or wherever, where they more or less now have made that space a colony of Beijing. And it looks as though the colonization of Nigeria takes another step. China opens police station in Nigeria. Would you believe that? That is unbelievable, but there it is. But this speculation around Atiku is not one that is abating. Everybody reporting it. Breaking. Atiku jets out to Europe amidst presidential campaign. Mission revealed. So quite what the urgency of that business is that takes him to Europe, right at the epicenter of a presidential thrust. We'll find out shortly. So booster shot, as our engineer used to call it. So almost certainly he's going to get his own booster shot. Or did he slump, as a lot of people are wanting us to believe? Breaking, Atiku jets out to Europe amidst presidential campaign. Mission revealed. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. A real turn up for the books. A turn up for the books. So a turn up for the books. But this now a curious fight. I am not a public figure that cows to bullying. ABIKE DABIRI AREWA replies Obi EZEKWESILI after she cautioned her for calling a Twitter troll or there. So there it is right there. This is a fight that I certainly would like to see how it plays out. So two heavyweight females within the Nigerian space are of equal matching, equal ranking, but who comes out on top? Catfight. I am not a public figure that cows to bullying. ABIKE DABIRI AREWA replies Obi Ezekwesili after she cautioned her for calling a Twitter troll Ode. So there it is right there, Ode seems to be the offending word in that particular instance. China opens police station in Nigeria, clamps down on alleged Chinese fraudsters. So that's in addition to that. So we pick one or the other from that one. Northern youth won AREWA against Atiku's endorsement, says they are desperate for power. So there it is right there. A lot of these consultations, a lot of this colloquium, a lot of this symposium or seminar or whatever you call it, that the AREWA consultative forum are organizing. A lot of people speculate, and at the lead of that speculation is Kwakanso, that is essentially a ruse to endorse Atiku. And this is what Kwakanso is saying, and that space is really being sponsored by Atiku. Northern youths won AREWA against Atiku's endorsement, says they are desperate to retain power. So desperate to retain power. And to it again, another incarnation, but still the same storyline, like I said, reported severally across several news platforms. Atiku slumped in ABUJA, flown to Paris for treatment. The once upon a time banner smoking Femi Fani-Kayode. So a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just surrender yourself to the space. Click on the hyperlink to come join me in this conversation. So that's the hyperlink right there. Some people have clicked on it, but there's still spaces if you want to come join. So click on that hyperlink. That brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation around the talking points. So click on that. And then click on the like button as well, because that helps with the YouTube algorithm. If you're not already subscribed, correct that immediately by clicking on the subscribe button. So do all that as we come in via what is tradition. Let's take a second music. Not the K guides this time around. People seem to be especially delighted in this because it's asking a question. Or is answering a live position. What will be is the translation. But in Igbo language, they will say, Osondi, Owindi. If I can find it, then I will play it to you. So here it is, Osondi, Owindi.
Osondi, Owindi. Osondi, Owindi. Asante, Owendia. Ekesali na Asante, Owendia. Ebebi bana konyoso. Asante, Owendia. Echikeli. Asante, Owendia. Echikeli Asante, Owendia. Obesoye bana sofana Asante, Owendia. Asante, Owendia. Asante, Owendia. Asante.
An Igbo pastor who appears to be very popular because
Oh, all right, so there it is, a Sunday or Wendy. What will be, will be. I suspect is what that means. I have to share the screen for this first readout because the picture is a crucial part of the narrative. So let me share the screen with you for this first readout. Let me share the screen. So here it is. Here it is. So here it is. Tinubu meets Osinbajo. The headline doesn't say more than that, and the picture really are the essence of it. The presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, on Tuesday met with Vice President Yemi Osinbajo in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Their meeting is coming at a time Tinubu is trying to reconcile with aggrieved presidential aspirants and stakeholders in the party ahead of the 2023 general elections. Osinbajo, after his failure to clinch the presidential ticket of the ruling party, has been silent on the activities of the party. The vice president has failed to state his view on the controversial Muslim ticket of the ruling party. A few weeks ago, Osinbajo's name was not found on the list of the Presidential Campaign Council of the party. The Minister of Labour and Employment and the spokesperson of the Tinubu-Osinbajo Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, had claimed that President Muhammad Buhari directed them to omit Osinbajo's name. According to Keyamo, Buhari needed his vice to focus on running the nation. Tinubu's meeting with Osinbajo on Tuesday might be part of their strategy to retain power in 2023 and also consult the vice president. As of the time of filing this report, the details of the meeting has not been disclosed. So that should really read had not. You'll see that the road has here. You think I'm being pedantic somewhat, but when you are reading it and you immediately see where the grammar goes wrong. So that should be had and not has. As of the time of filing this report, the detail of the meeting had not been disclosed. So there it is. But the picture really is the narrative. So that's why I'm sharing the screen with you. So that's Osinbajo striding ahead, trying to do more, or trying to look all masterful and alpha, although he's a beaten and a broken man. And that's Tinubu, of course, holding his own counsel. So that's Daddy there, keeping an eye on the schoolwork, on the homework of the young man aspiring. So there it is right there. The A-team erstwhile reconcile. So the erstwhile A-team reconcile. So on from that and on to the next. On from that and on to the next. Atiku fell ill, flown out for medical treatment. Fani-Kayode alleges ex-president spokesperson reacts. So let's find out what's in play here. Fani-Kayode, a former Minister of Aviation and chieftain of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, has alleged that Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, is critically ill. Fani-Kayode made the allegation in a post on his official Facebook page on Tuesday evening, October the 18th. The former minister, who is the director of new media Bola Tinubu Kashim Shettima Presidential Campaign Council, said Atiku collapsed shortly after landing in Abuja from Kaduna, adding that he complained of severe pains all over his body. After his outing in Kaduna yesterday, Atiku Abubakar fell critically ill. He complained of dizzy spells and severe pains in his head and all over his body throughout the flight to Abuja. After landing at Abuja airport, he collapsed. He was flown to Paris for medical attention immediately. For the purposes of damage control, they took pictures of him with others the following morning from Paris, but please do not be fooled. There is something very wrong with the PDP presidential candidate in terms of his health, and they don't want Nigerians to know. God be with him. So God be with him. Shortly after Fanika's allegation, Paul Ibe, Atiku spokesperson, released a statement saying his principal traveled to Europe to meet a business partner. The former vice president traveled last night on a scheduled trip to meet with the technical partners of one of his business entities that was impacted by the C-19 global lockdown and consequent economic downturn, Ibe said. Daniel Bwala, one of the spokesmen of the Atiku campaign organization, also shared a tweet of pictures of the former vice president having a chat with foreign media in Paris, France on Tuesday, October the 18th. Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the PDP, along with his team in Paris, France, today in a chat with foreign media. So there it is right there, Atiku Abubakar and all of that jazz. So whatever that means, anyway, I was going to say something there, but let me not say it for the moment. I have a thought, but let me keep my own counsel for the moment. Meanwhile, the APC presidential candidate Paul Tinubu met with his PDP candidate, and this is a space that I was speculating to, but I'll read into this what you will. Meanwhile, the APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu met with his PDP counterpart Atiku at the VVIP lounge of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, on Monday night. Despite their political differences and the heated campaign rhetoric, the two presidential candidates exchanged banter on citing each other. In a video posted by media mogul Dele Mamadou, Tinubu also exchanged pleasantries with the national chairman of the PDP, Iyochia Aye. So there it is right there. So that's the full cycle of it. Tinubu, Atiku, or Peter Obi, Governor Wike speaks on presidential candidate Nigerians should vote for. So you'd have thought, of course, that there was no question he should be championing his own party. Governor Yemi Wike has also, hold on. Governor Yemi Wike has also spoken about the qualities that the next president of Nigeria must bring forward ahead of the 2023 presidential let me start that all over again. Governor Yemi Wike has also spoken about the qualities that the next president of Nigeria must bring ahead of the 2023 elections. The Rivers State governor said the nation deserved a president that would have the interest of Nigerians at heart. Wike stated this on Tuesday, October the 18th, during the opening of the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials, Second National Women Conference in Lagos. Correspondent report. Governor Wike urged Nigerians to queue behind someone with vast experience in governance who has the capacity to turn around the economy and confront insecurity. We are looking for a president that has the capacity and experience in governance who can put food on the table for everyone and fight insecurity. That's the person we're looking for, not some people who are talking about ethnicity. So some people talking about ethnicity is an acerbic remark, of course, in the direction of the Labour Party, because the tonality of the Labour Party is all wrapped around ethnicity. But then, of course, everybody has now jumped onto that ethnic train, with Atiku being the latest incursion. So could it well be he's even referencing Atiku? The People's Democratic Party (PDP) has been battling an internal crisis since the emergence of Atiku Abubakar as the party's presidential candidate. Wike being at the center of the crisis is not yet clear if the Rivers State governor will back Atiku for the 2023 presidential race. Meanwhile, let me take that again. Wike being at the center of the crisis it is not yet clear if the Rivers State governor will back Atiku for president in 2023. Meanwhile, Governor Wike has endorsed his Lagos State counterpart Babajide Sanwo-Olu for a second term in office. This was disclosed by Sanwo-Olu's chief press secretary, Gboyega Akosile, in a terse statement on Tuesday, October the 18th. Breaking: Rivers State Governor Yemi Wike endorses Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for second term in office. Details later, Akosile wrote. So there it is right there. Every sign that this guy has left the PDP is there for everyone to see. So he's telling you not to vote for somebody that is playing ethnic politics, and the person at the epicenter of that ethnic tonality at the moment, of course, Atiku Abubakar. So that's the one bit. And then he goes to Lagos to endorse the flag bearer or at the state level of the opposition party, at least opposition to his, in opposition to his. So that's another one right there. So that all of that makes then to tell you that this guy has left the PDP. Let's revisit this story, see if it adds anything new. Atiku off to Europe on business, PDP says amid speculation, ex-vice president slumped, flown to France for medical treatment. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) has reacted to speculations regarding the whereabouts of the party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. The party on Tuesday said Atiku had traveled to Europe on business. A statement by Paul Ibe, media advisor to Atiku on Tuesday night, said the former vice president traveled last night on a scheduled trip to meet with the technical partners of one of his business entities that was impacted by C-19 lockdown and the consequent economic downturn. So C-19, of course, was 2 years ago. So quite the urgency of this meeting in the middle of a presidential campaign. That is left for you to reflect on. The meeting will also focus on conclusive discussions for a planned expansion of its production facility, the statement reads. There have been speculations from some quarters, including from members of the opposition, that Atiku had flown to France for medical treatment. For instance, the director of new media of the All Progressives Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council, Femi Fani-Kayode, earlier in a series of tweets, said Atiku slumped in Abuja after arriving from Kaduna, where he held his campaign on Monday. He said that as a result, the PDP presidential candidate had been taken to Paris, France for proper medical attention. After his outing in Kaduna yesterday, Atiku fell ill. He complained of dizzy spells and severe pains in his head and all over his body throughout the flight to Abuja. After landing at Abuja airport, he collapsed. He was flown to Paris for medical attention. Immediately, God be with him. For the purpose of damage control, they took pictures of him with others the following morning from Paris, but please do not be fooled. There is something very wrong with the PDP presidential candidate in terms of his health, and they don't want the Nigerian public to know. Pray for him, he tweeted. But when correspondents called the spokesperson for the PDP, Debo Ologunlagba, to seek his reaction and clarification on the issue, he denied it but did not state Atiku's whereabouts. I don't have any comment on that. Fani-Kayode is a doctor. Was he there? Why can't we focus on what is more important? Does that make any sense at all? Fani-Kayode said somebody is collapsing. That is not correct. You know that is a lie now. This is a man who went on a campaign yesterday and has schedules. On the 27th, he will be in the United Kingdom for the Commonwealth. I told you Atiku's UK trip is scheduled for next week. Of course, what Fani Kayode said, is a lie. It's a complete lie. But when asked if Atiku was still in Nigeria at the time, he said, don't quote what I didn't say. I didn't tell you he is in Nigeria. I said that Fani Kayode's claim is a lie. It is an irresponsible statement. Atiku had a very successful campaign in Kaduna. So there it is right there. The plot thickens. But this somewhat a note of caution. This next one, a note of caution. China opens police station in Nigeria. The Chinese government has opened police stations in Nigeria and in over 20 countries in Europe, Americas, Asia, and Africa in its efforts to tackle the increasing criminal activities of its citizens abroad. This was contained in an investigative statement titled 110 Overseas Chinese Transnational Policing Gone Wild. It was widely reported that the police stations are created to bring down on all kinds of illegal and criminal activities involving overseas Chinese. Lesotho and Tanzania are the two other African countries, apart from Nigeria, that have Chinese police stations. The report by Safeguard Defender revealed, rather than cooperating with the local authorities in the full respect of territorial sovereignty, it prefers to cooperate with overseas NGOs and civil society associations across 5 continents, setting up an alternative policing and judicial system within third countries and directly implicating those organizations in illegal methods employed to pursue fugitives. So there it is right there. It further said that as part of a massive nationwide campaign to combat fraud and telecommunications fraud by Chinese citizens living abroad, Chinese authorities claimed that from April 2021 to July 2022, 230,000 nationals had been persuaded to return to face criminal proceedings in China. So that means kidnapped, of course. You should know that. Well, that's my speculation anyway. Chinese official statements clarified the use of depriving suspect children of their rights to education back in China and other actions against relatives and family members in a full-on guilty by association campaign. The rights group revealed that China selected 9 countries as having serious fraud, telecoms fraud, and web crimes, and Chinese nationals were no longer allowed to stay in those countries without good reason. While establishing these operations to hunt down those accused of fraud and telecommunications fraud, China identified 9 countries particularly prone to hosting Chinese nationals engaging in criminal activities. The 9 forbidden countries, the Safeguard organization explained. However, the setting up of overseas police service stations was a worldwide phenomenon, with the majority of such being in Western democratic nations, with a particular focus on Europe and not in the 9 forbidden countries. The group also noted that forsaking any pretext of due process or consideration of suspects' innocence until proven guilty, targeting suspects' children and relatives in China as guilty by association or collateral damage, and using threats and intimidation to target suspects abroad is now itself becoming an endemic problem. Whether the targets are dissidents, criminal officials, or low-level criminals, the problem remains the same. The use of irregular methods often combining carrot with stick against the targeted individual or their family members in China, undermines any due process and the most basic right of suspects. Safeguard defender further stated. So there it is right there. The slow colonization of Nigeria happening before your very eyes. Breaking, Atiku jets out to Europe amidst presidential campaign, mission revealed. So I think we've covered this enough. So so really we have form your thoughts and come share them in the comment section. And by the way, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join me on the screen. If you have any thoughts around all these headlines and news that I'm bringing to you. I am not a public figure that cows to bullying. ABIKE DABIRI AREWA replies Obi EZEKWESILI after she cautioned her for calling a Twitter troll Ode. Chairman of the Nigerian In-Diaspora Commission, ABIKE DABIRI AREWA, has said she is not a public figure that cows to bullying. She stated this whilst replying to former Minister of Education Obi EZEKWESILI, who cautioned her for calling a Twitter troll Ode, an abusive word in Yoruba language, which can mean dumb, foolish, stupid, and so on. Ms. ABIKE DABIRI AREWA had knocked a Twitter troll who referred to her as Mumu woman, which means a foolish and stupid woman. So here is the exchange, I suspect. Aggrieved obedient is the person that is going after her. And this is what he has to say. Aggrieved, not aggrieved though, I do beg your pardon. Aggressively obedient, avoid me. So actually, let me share the screen with you so you can see. Aggressively obedient is what this element calls himself. So aggressively obedient, but somewhat disobedient in this instance. Rude is the other word for it. So there he is right there. Aggressively obedient, avoid me. She should go to Indonesia and see how Nigerians are treated. Mumu woman supporting a failed government. She is equally part of the failure eye service. So there it is right there. So that's what he said. She should go to Indonesia and see how Nigerians are treated. Mumu woman supporting a failed government. She's equally part of the failure eye service. And very quickly and very swiftly, ABIKE DABIRI AREWA claps back. Ode. You go to Indonesia, carry drugs, do cultism, and Ode. You go to Indonesia, carry drugs, do cultism, and come begging to be rescued from being sentenced. Thank God for NDLEA Nigeria now, saving people like you from consequences in Indonesia. So I'm re-editing the words for reasons of not wanting to offend you too. EZEKWESILI spotted ABIKE's tweet and felt it was inappropriate, tweeting at Miss DABIRI AREWA. She wrote, at ABIKE DABIRI AREWA, what is this? Kai, this is messy. Please clean it up quickly, please. Responding, Miss DABIRI AREWA wrote, I am done on this, but out of respect for you, will ask, clean what up? It's okay for some untrained, uncouth guy to refer to me as Mumu, and I can't call him Ode. I'm not a public official that cows to bullying, please. So there it is right there, the back and forth. So let's see. That's the back and forth between those two characters. But where does it weigh? I suspect that being an obedient herself is essentially Obi EZEKWESILI burnishing her obedient credentials, wanting to back that obedient up in public in order to signal to the space that I am fighting alongside you. So when on the other side now, the people that fought and the people that did not are being counted. She is a bit like all this fake support for Nnamdi Kanu just to keep their currency within that space. I think that's also she tried, but then ABIKE DABIRI AREWA, of course, she's not having it. So a slap down in both instances. So slap to the wayward youth and slap to the naughty madam. So double whammy from the Yoruba woman. Okay, let's go on to this. Northern youth won AREWA against Atiku's endorsement, says they are desperate to retain power. Youth under the aegis of the New Northern Initiative for Growth have cautioned the AREWA Consultative Forum ACF over its alleged support for the presidential candidate of the PTP, Atiku Abubakar. According to the Northern Youth, ACF support for Atiku would put the region out of political circulation. Correspondents report that the national president of the initiative, Lawal Sahab, whilst speaking to pressmen in Bauchi, alleged that Atiku's endorsement by the so-called northern leaders was nothing but a desperate move to retain power. The northern youth challenged the so-called northern leaders to tell Nigerians what Atiku has ever done in the interest of the well-being of the region or its people. The development follows the alleged declaration of Atiku by the ACF to be the sole candidate to be backed by the northern region. Sahab submitted, "We wish to use this opportunity to reply to suggestions making the rounds that Atiku Abubakar is behind recent moves by some elements of the AREWA Consultative Forum and Northern Elders Forum to endorse him as the single candidate of the region for the 2023 presidential election. We use the opportunity to ask the so-called elders to explain to Northerners where they derived their mandate to impose a single candidate on the entire region. We also challenge them to explain what criteria they used to arrive at Atiku as a consensus candidate for the North and to define his contributions to the growth of the region that qualifies him as such. By every reasonable assessment, Atiku has never had any concern for the North beyond exploiting the region's resources, its goodwill for his political capital. Atiku, who has risen on the goodwill of the Northerners, can today not boast of any development project he has ever influenced personally or through the offices he has held, courtesy of the North. It is in his blind desperation to secure the presidency that Atiku is sponsoring capitalist northern leaders with no record of achieving anything for the region to manipulate the conscience of the northerner into believing that lie that he is a true northerner with good intentions for the region, whereas the opposite is the case. The capital-minded northern elders are so blinded by their acquisitive tendencies around ripping the nation with Atiku's main agenda for privatizing major public assets. It is important for the people of the North to refuse to be drawn into the lost battle of pitching all its eggs in one basket, especially since Atiku's antecedents of non-performance throughout his tenure as vice president has made him unreliable and a major risk for the North to take. So in internal battles within the North, you suspect, but maybe not. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu. And here they are, an A-class panel. So Saki Father, I see you. Thomas from down under, I see you. Solly from round the corner, I see you. Ajale Koko from over there, I see you. And Rational Mind, whereabouts unknown, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Good to have you all. Let's kick it off with Solly, who we never seem to hear much from these days. So Solly, are you there? Look at this guy. Solly. All right. If you're not there, then you're not there. So let's go to Thomas. Thomas, are you there? Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, young man.
I can hear you.
All right. All right. Let's go with Thomas Adalekoko. Let's kick it off with Thomas. So Thomas, to you then. Let me start you off then with probably I was going to say the biggest news, but they're all big news. But what are you making of this news of Atiku possibly collapsing, being flown to France? There was never any indication in the public space that he was going to France. He's just arrived from Kaduna, and immediately they whisked him off to France, to Paris. Speculations that he collapsed. What are you making of it? Hand they shake, leg they shake. What are you making of that?
Waman, thank you. Good evening to everyone listening to us, to our viewers. Like, share, and subscribe, and help the algorithm of this platform by sharing. And if you don't mind, not compulsory, you can buy coffee to keep the platform going. Woman, it is a rumor, so I can't really say it is true or false, because if
it's been widely reported, though, it's been widely reported.
Yes, if he collapsed truly, at least if we collapse, maybe we collapse in the presence of people that we see him, or people are, it could be from the opposition. You can never say. People can concur anything together to go against their opposition. So if he collapsed truly, there's nothing bad in that, to tell the country that I'm not well. We all of us are in the hands of God. Anything can happen to anybody, anytime. And if to me, it doesn't make any sense to me, because if it truly collapsed, there will be eyewitness. Maybe it collapse in the hotel.
But what will it? How there cannot necessarily is amongst his own people now. So why would it's not necessary that there will be eyewitnesses? Why would there be?
Yeah, you are right. It's not necessarily that there will be eyewitness. You are right.
But I mean, there will be eyewitnesses, but there will be his own team. So there will be no reason for them to,
Yeah, yes, it could be his own chronic. So, but if it truly collapse, I wish him speedy recovery. If it truly collapse, but if it is from the opposition party that want to, do their thing, I think they have to rethink. You said there is no indication that he's traveling to France. They never tell us when they are traveling or going anywhere. Even Tinubu as well. You will just hear Tinubu is in London. We say, we saw him yesterday in Nigeria. Now he's in London. I think when they get to where they are going, that's where the news normally broke. That Tinubu is in London, Atiku is there. It's not like Peter Obi that normally announced earlier before he departs from Nigeria. I'm going to London, I'm going to this, I'm going to that. So I wish him speedy recovery if it is true. But if it is from the opposition party, they have to temper it down. And if they think that is what they can use to go against their opponent, which is Atiku, good for them. Everybody do everything that will help you, but fake news, it will not be good. If you are saying bad thing concerning your opposition and it is fake, it is not a good intention in any manner to me.
But that's part of the cut and thrust of politics, is it not? It's a dirty business, politics, and they say, look at the Tinubu space now. Look at what we even experienced yesterday with Joel. So they just all manners of wild allegations being leveled against each other in politics.
You are right, but is that the right thing to do? No.
Yeah, but if we look at what we do, no. So I beg your pardon.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Mama,
Yeah,
it's a conversation. Yeah.
Yes. If we look at what we do, no. We know that he flew in from Abuja to from Kaduna to Abuja yesterday, and we know that he's now in France because they are publishing photos to try and debunk this story that is growing like wildfire. So, and we know also that he's in the middle of a presidential campaign. So now, what they are telling us that is the reason for him being in France is that he's there to consult his business partners regarding a business that he runs that was impacted by C-19, by the pandemic. So that's what they are giving us a reason for him being in France. That's what Paul Ibe told us, his handler. So now,
that can wait.
Yes, C-19 was 2 years ago. So what urgency is there for a C-19 related situation that is suddenly so urgent now that will pause you in the middle of a presidential campaign to go and attend to something? And can that, whoever, they're saying one of his companies, so can whoever is meeting in France not come to Nigeria and meet him because he's otherwise engaged? So the story lends more to a medical emergency than any business that is going to attend to.
You are 100% right. And even if you want to do that, if we have managers, if you have senior people that they are very close to him that can even represent him in this meeting, he doesn't have to be there before he can strike any deal or before he can make any business proposal. He doesn't have to be there. But if you think he wants to be there, but what can we do? But they said in every lies there will be a iota of truth. Maybe something happened to him and he get out of the country, because this is the middle of campaign. I don't expect him to go out of the country, even though he's not living in the country per se, even in the first instance. So that business can wait. Even the person he wants to meet can even fly to Nigeria, or somebody go and represent him out there. It doesn't have to be there. There's no urgency in that, because this political campaign is even more important than any other thing to me. So but if it's truly, we wish him well. We wish him speedy recovery to continue the campaign.
All right.
I don't wish anybody bad anything.
All right, Thomas, let me show you this. Ṣé Tinubu fi nǹkan ra lára ni? Ṣé ó fi nǹkan kan lára ni? You know, is
one man, God will save you.
Is that Ndugurudu? Is that, are we?
No. I think Nigerian politics has moved forward, because before now we have been hearing of political assassination thereabouts. I've never heard any political assassination like a big name out there. I think Nigerian politics has moved forward a little bit. You could remember the time of Tinubu, how Funshaw William was terminated, or many things. People were really take down back then. But I think the political, everything has. I saw Shore, Shukin, what they call it, Shetima. All of them are greeting themselves, shaking each other. I don't think people will go to that route anymore, in my opinion. But no, there is. Don't think in that aspect. One man, you are a suspect. You are a suspect.
All right. Now, but still sticking with that.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, carry on.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, man. Look, what's the name of that guy? Panika is a propagandist. You can even, from what he said, you can easily pinpoint that he's lying. Because he said Atiku collapsed. if somebody collapse as old as Atiku, they will first of all take him to nearby emergency. They will rush him to hospital so that they can stabilize him. And if at all he's going to be flown abroad, they will first of all rush him to a nearby hospital where he can be stabilized. So to say he collapsed,
Like first aid, it has to be stabilized. Yeah.
Yeah. So to say he collapsed at the airport, I mean, he collapsed after their meeting and they quickly fly him to France. I mean, man, that Fanikade guy is a blatant liar, man. That guy is just trying to generate some controversy and then just, portray Atiku just as Tinubu being portrayed as he's a sick man. You understand what I'm saying? I think this is what he's trying to achieve. Because you can just, medically, it's not done like that. Somebody collapsed, and from Nigeria to 6 hours, take a 6 hours flight or 7 hours flight to Europe. So,
Ajanle Koko, I believe him. I believe him. And I take all you say that Fanikade is a pathological liar, but I believe him. If the guy was having a disease, collapse, there's different kind of collapse. If you slump temporarily, he said he was complaining of a dizzy spell and faint spells. So if he had that, and of course he will have a doctor in his team that is able to hold him steady, because I think these people they travel with a team of medicals. So somebody that's able to hold him steady. So for him to go to France is just to double check, not really a life or death situation, but that is in France for medical reasons is something that I suspect might be true. But then that's just me speculating.
I don't want to believe that. Why I say I don't want to believe is that when somebody at that age of Atiku is complaining, and if that medical, because as he said, he collapsed, that means he has reached a stage that is a threat to his life. So, and in that situation, they must properly, even if you have a medical team in his among his associate or something like in his team, the best they will first of all do, they will take him to where they can give him that medical treatment to stabilize him, to make sure that he's well stabilized. If at all they are going to do a follow-up by taking him to France, but they first of all stabilize him in Nigeria and not to quickly rush him and be taking him and to this thing. He could die on his way. We are talking of 6 hours on board. I mean, I can't get such a lie. It's just I don't know, but God knows. But if
you know what, I believe it. To be honest with you,
they may have stopover.
Yes, I don't believe that it's as dramatic as Fanikade is embellishing. But he may well have had a dizzy spell. So to say that he slumped, he may well have, you know what a dizzy spell is.
Because now, when he said he collapsed, he said he collapsed. Somebody collapsed. First of all, be rushed to nearby hospital. They won't just grab him and be taking him to work out in that place.
It's like Oyin call me sort of thing rather than Olule. Olule. But I would like to believe, because I know that they're going to, but then Tatiku's team are very quick to respond to it. So you wonder why they all of them, they're just rushing. His official spokesperson Paul Ibe, he rushed quickly. Daniel Boala, he rushed quickly. Another spokesperson, Debo something, he rushed quickly. He even published photographs of him in France speaking to Igbo people. So really, they are protesting too much. So which then,
but they have to do that. They have to respond quickly so that the news will not spread as to achieve what this guy is trying to achieve. So
Fani
the
Kayode.
picture, Fani Kayode is trying to achieve something just to portray him that, oh, this is not an healthy man, and that can cause even stir around. Among the PDP. This fight is still going on. So he's trying to cause more trouble within the PDP circle. That is what he's trying to achieve. So they responded quickly. They sent photograph of this guy in France, shaking hand and meeting people. And I think that has debunked it already that this guy is just lying. He's just trying. That guy is a propagandist, so a very serious one. That guy, Fire, they know why they put him in that team for that position. He is to lie and carry out propaganda against PDP. And he has just started. You have not seen anything. He will carry out more against PDP. Let's wait just to keep it there. Yeah, thank you, Woman.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Round up that space, Thomas, and then I'll take you somewhere else.
Yes. I somewhat agree a little bit with Ajale Koko. Maybe it's just propaganda. You can't really, and you rightly said they share the picture of him in the France. And even if you want to fly him out of the country, they have to stabilize him, as Ajale Koko has said now. They have to stabilize him in a good condition before they can fly him out. You can, and the flight, I don't think there is a flight direct from Nigeria to France. They may have maybe one stopover before getting to France. So in that process, they could have even taken him to London. London is even a little bit closer to Nigeria. How many hours to London? Maybe it's 8 hours thereabouts.
France seems to be the preferred space for these people because that's where Tinubu seems to go to too. So maybe both their discretion and then the medical, the French, they are very discreet. I don't know, but I have to be honest with you. I believe it, but I don't believe it to the degree that Fani Kayode is painting it. I believe that he probably just had like a dizzy spell, and he maybe not slumped, but he, maybe he was caught somehow, and he was steadied, and they gave him water, and he came back to himself. But then he had to go to France just to to address whatever it is that needs.
But
I believe it. I have to tell you.
One man, there are good hospitals in Nigeria.
Of course.
For that kind of, there's good hospital. There are good hospitals in Nigeria. One man, very good hospital. But maybe they want to keep the secret. That if he went to hospital in Nigeria, everybody is going to see him. People will know that he's sick. But I believe Ajale Koko is just embellishment. It's just embellishment. Yeah, politicians, they will use everything that they can use to demarcate their opposition. But if it is true, I wish him speedily recovery.
All right, brilliant. Well said. So brilliant, well said. Let me take you to another space, Thomas. And the picture is half the story of this space. So let me share the screen and then the headline as well. Tinubu meets Osinbajo in Abuja. So that is really all the headline needed to let you know, because of course you know the backdrop of it, and it says photos. So there they are meeting together, father and son somewhat, older brother to junior brother, whatever it is. Osinbajo still straddling, trying to look presidential. Tinubu just smirking at the back saying, don't worry, I have the ticket. And then they trying to look as though they're discussing something important. So the essence of it really is that there's a thawing of relationship between the two of them. And it looks as though, because Osinbajo has been quiet all the way through, so, but now they are signaling now that a coming together is evolving. So what are you making then of that photo that's been published to say that these people are coming together?
Yeah, our brother Iscariot, I still call him Iscariot because to me is a betrayer of Tinubu. And there's no equivocation. People can say Osinbajo has every right to vow for office, anything he wants, but to me is a betrayal move on Osinbajo's part. But back to to what you asked me, they have to settle, one man. They have to settle, because if Osinbajo is not campaigning for him, it's still going to be a bad indication for Tinubu. It's going to be a bad indication for Tinubu's camp and campaign and his presidency, everything. Because we can say Osinbajo doesn't have any big political influence, but Osinbajo still have a little bit influence. If Osinbajo starts campaigning for Tinubu now, the Muslim ticket that is ravening on Osinbajo's head, that people are suggesting that Osinbajo he doesn't agree with the Muslim ticket, that will be put at rest a little bit, not totally, because Nigerians that has make up their mind not to vote for Muslim ticket will still vote against Tinubu, take it or leave it. But if Osinbajo start campaigning for him, there are some people, there are some redeemers, there are some Christian redeemers that will still say, well, let's vote for him, since our brother Osinbajo is a pastor, is a senior pastor in the Redeem, is very close to Baba Adeboye. Maybe some people may change their mind to vote for the Jagaban. It's still is a good thing on the table for Tinubu if they reconcile. And as people as normally say every time, that Tinubu he normally forgives. People say that all the time, that he doesn't hold grudges like the Buharis. So I think it is a good indication if truly, and you can see the photo, they were sitting together, it was good. And even Tinubu was in the Aso Rock today for, I forgot what they asked, maybe something summit something. Immediately Tinubu came into the room, Osinbajo stood up, shook his hand, and they sit side by side on that meeting. And Tinubu even gave a speech on that meeting in Aso Rock today. I watched that. So I think they have to settle. They will call the Agbagbas, they will call the big leaders, like the lives of Femi Gbajami-Abila. Femi is very close to Tinubu, so they will call those big people, and Yorubas, they will call them together. They will just say, well, let bygone be bygone. You've done what you've done and you don't win. Let's move on. They have to move on, woman. They have to move on so that things will fall in place for Tinubu. That is my submission.
Do you think Osinbajo's endorsement will be one of the things that puts a nail on the head of that Muslim ticket? See, so if Osinbajo comes out to speak on the Muslim ticket and he weighs in favor of Tinubu, will that be a real turning point for that particular narrative to begin to close it off? So Osinbajo, of course, because Osinbajo coming out to speak is essentially the RCCG speaking, and the RCCG is the biggest Christian, at least not organization, but the biggest church within the Nigerian space. So do you think if Osinbajo came out for Tinubu, that will somewhat, maybe not totally end, but put slightly a lot back from that Muslim narrative?
100%. That's what I'm saying earlier on. 100%, but not totally. People that still stick in their head with Muslim, they will not, but it will go a long way. It will go a long. Redeem is the biggest church in Nigeria today. Is the biggest of them all. And if Osinbajo comes out today to campaign for Tinubu, it will go a long way for Tinubu's camp. It will go a long way. And people are still saying now that they are fighting, that the two of them, they are not in good shape. But this photo now and this visit, and I mentioned to you again, they met again today. Osinbajo stood up, they shook their hand, and the smile is there, and they sit together. So it's going to be a win-win for Osinbajo or for Tinubu in Redeem Camp. Redeem Camps have Redeem Church has millions followers in Nigeria. So it's going to be a good thing for him. But I don't want him to address that Muslim ticket. It will look somehow. Just campaign for
But
Tinubu.
that is the only purpose that's the only real purpose that it can serve, surely. I mean, what other purpose can it serve other than that's the best space that he can contribute to Tinubu's campaign? Would you not say?
Yes, that is it. But I don't want him to address it, just to mention it. But campaigning for him automatically, that means he has addressed it and he has agreed. You understand what I mean? If he's campaigning for Tinubu on Muslim ticket, that means it's good to go. But I don't want him to address that issue because it won't look very good for him and the Christians. It won't look very good if he address it like, oh, forget about Muslim ticket, we are brothers, or this or that. It's going to go a long way if he do that. But I don't want him to do that. It just campaign for him as the APC man and one man. If Tinubu win today, Osinbajo will still have something in his cabinet. He will put him somewhere. He will give him something. Maybe Minister for Defense. I'm just naming. I'm just naming. He may give him some portfolio,
Minister,
or the other.
Minister for
Minister for Defense.
After being vice president.
Maybe I'm going off key.
Even if it was to be a minister, certainly not for defense, maybe justice, but
no, one man. But he can't he add anything to the
somebody that is a law professor? Why would you make him minister of our defense when he can just be minister?
The best place he should go is to work with international community.
So he can't add anything to Tinubu's. He can't add anything to Tinubu's.
After being vice president, coming down to ministerial position.
That would be ridiculous. Yeah,
he should just go back to the university and continue, his work, building the next generation.
But one man, if he can't get anything, because politicians, their selfish interest is what. But can we actually call Osinbajo politician? I don't. It's not really.
He's a politician. No, he was a former commissioner for several years. The vice president now. He's a politician. I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean.
Yeah. But you understand what I mean. Like it's not like Tinubu.
He's an accidental politician.
That is it. We can take it like that. So I wish he could campaign for Tinubu if they can settle their rave. But what I saw today, I think maybe Osinbajo has moved on and Tinubu has forgiven him. But on that day of primaries, I saw it on Tinubu's eye. Tinubu, it looks as if he will just punch Osinbajo on the seat that day, because it's very, very obvious. You can see that Tinubu is not happy with him at all. On that day of the primaries, he's not happy. He's not happy with him at all. So I still don't agree with Osinbajo today. Is a big level of betrayal, in my opinion. Some people may not say that.
So you wouldn't have advised to Osinbajo to try to offer himself to serve Nigeria as president because he was product of some other person.
Oh, maybe you could write. You will be right.
To me, well, politicians, they will see it as betrayal, but we should put the interest of Nigeria.
Do you see it as a betrayal on a human level? Given the backdrop, he plucked this guy from obscurity. He made him a commissioner. Made him wealthier than his generation could have ever dreamt of.
Yes,
and
to me.
It didn't stop there. He went on to make him the vice president, something that Osinbajo in all of his life could never have aspired to.
Never.
All entirely down to Tinubu. And then the one ambition that Tinubu had, because of Osinbajo, that's the Iscariot. That's the Iscariot.
Let me tell you one more. To me, as a person, as a human being, I'm not God. I will feel, this guy betrayed me. But after some time, if I'm really a nationalistic personality, I will I will think it from the angle of it's about Nigeria. At the end of the day, it's about Nigeria. You understand what I mean? But personally, as a person, in the first instance, I will feel like this guy, I've helped this guy a lot, he betrayed me. But at the same time, when personal interest conflicts with national interest, I think national interest should take effect. We should also consider from the angle of Nigeria first, whatever that will
Thank you,
make
Father. There is nothing like national interest in politicians. Their self-interest come first. There's nothing like national interest.
Okay, that is where you are contradicting yourself now, Thomas, for
Yeah.
calling this guy a betrayer. If you are talking of self-interest, so if he's trying to achieve his self-interest, how does it conflict? How can you describe that as a betrayer against Tinubu? Is Tinubu not?
Ajali Koko,
Hold
come
on
on now.
Hold on. No,
You have
guys,
pushed me to the corner now.
yeah, you guys, you stop this. If it is personal interest, he's pursuing his personal interest. Tinubu is pursuing his own personal interest. So how can you describe Osinbajo for pursuing his personal as a betrayer against Tinubu interest? Everybody is pursuing his own interest. And a person that is the vice president, you think it's easy to be vice president, and when it's time for election, when your boss is leaving, you think you won't have interest to go and contest for that number one position. I mean, you people should just respect. You should look at the position you occupy. If you are the one in that number second position and number one is leaving, wouldn't you like to be number one yourself? Wouldn't you like to be number one yourself? Put yourself in the same shoe with Osinbajo. So it's shocking me when you guys say you betray what?
The timing is wrong.
What
the
is time?
timing is wrong.
What do you mean by time? Does that country belong to one person? Does it belong to Tinubu or does it belong to anybody? That position of number one is not entitled to one person. It's entitled to everybody. Every Nigerian that is entitled to
you are a Yoruba man. That is a betrayer on a moral ground.
You're going to betrayer. It's not a betrayer. It's number one. Is the number two is number two in position. He's the one that is more qualified. If we really want to structure, you say, okay, he's more qualified than any other person for that position. Miss Mora. He is the one that is more qualified than any other person in that country for that position. Is number two. His boss is leaving and is showing interest to go for that number one position, and you are calling him betrayer. Betrayer for what? Is it Tinubu that send him to school to get him educated or make him a professor? He's more qualified. When we want to talk of education and everything, he's more qualified than Tinubu. When we are talking of person with sharp brain and intelligent and everything. So
are you sure he's more qualified than is better educated? But are you sure he's more qualified to be president than Tinubu?
He's more qualified. He's better educated than Tinubu. He's better educated.
Yes, he's better educated, but that's
by political position in that country, is in a higher position than Tinubu in that country. Political position in that country is number two.
But does he have the testicular? You know what I mean? Do you think he doesn't
have that testicular ability? He has it too. That guy, just give him power. You know that he has it.
No, but a lot of people will very quickly leap to when Buhari was in hospital to say this, that, and the other. But this guy had never been in a primary decision-making position ever of any significance.
When a number two position is a position that have several ministry under him as well.
Yeah, no, but it's a
position of leadership.
It differs to number one. A number two differs to number one.
Yeah, but let me tell you, okay, who have the better understanding of the way governance is separate at that top level than Osinbajo among all of them that is contesting now. Put Atiku aside because Atiku have been there. Who have the better understanding how that presidency is structured, how things can be moved from one place, how people can be influenced at that top level than Osinbajo.
Yeah, but you are talking
Tinubu doesn't
about
have it.
no. Well, you are talking about administrative function, not decision-making capacity.
Well, whether he has been there when president was away, he occupied that number one. He acted, yes.
Yeah, but the president was still there, whether he was away or not.
The president was away. He occupied.
He had 2 days to sit in the seat.
He occupied that position temporarily while president was away, and he acted. He acted as a temporary president. So he got the knowledge how to operate from the top. Tinubu doesn't have it. So what are you guys talking about?
Well, all right, a difference of opinion, but a difference of opinion. Thomas, let me take you to another space just for reasons of time. Let me take you to this space. It's a space that is not ebbing in any way. It continues to propel in a direction that we can all see. Tinubu, Atiku, or Peter Obi, Governor Wike speaks on presidential candidate Nigerians should vote for. So when he was speaking on the candidates that Nigerians should vote for, the usual standard pattern, you have to vote for somebody that puts your interest first, all of that kind of language. But then there's 2 killer things within that speech that he gave in that space. He rounded off to say that don't vote for somebody that is propelling an ethnic agenda. So you would want to maybe attribute that to Atiku's comment at the AREWA space in Kaduna. And then in the course of that event, he also went on to endorse Sanwo-Olu for Lagos State, as opposed to Jandor, who is his party's candidate and who has a better chance than most. This is one of the stronger candidates that could give APC a real fight. But he's gone on to, so what are we reading? Are we just to work on the assumption now that Yemi Wike has left the PDP in spirit, if not in body?
I am suspecting that, one man. I am suspecting that. For him to go to that route, I'm suspecting that. And yeah, you rightly say the Atiku is the one playing the ethnic card now. The Tinubus, we can say Peter Obi too is being called like the ethnic card as well. But that's what I'm saying. I think Atiku, I don't know who is giving the Atiku the assurance that everything is okay. If it's not still ready to please the Wike wing and the 5G, the 5 governor, I don't think Atiku is ready. Or maybe there is some cabals, as people have been saying that they've given the assurance that don't worry, you're gonna win the election. So I don't know if he can please or persuade or pacify Wike, and even just, and you remember, I think 2 days ago you gave us an headline that Wike said he has agreed with Atiku. He's going to support him, but just Ayu must go. Why can't they do that? Why can't they do that? Let Ayu go. And they are claiming that the next person that can take that position is another northerner. But is PDP now a northerner a party? Why will be the chairman of the party be from the north and the deputy chairman as well from the north? So if Ayu step down, deputy chairman will take the position. He's still from the north, unless that one too resigned. and they make their house together to bring a southerner. So for him, Wike to be endorsing Sanwo-Olu, it's just like water and oil. Wike is a PDP man, Sanwo-Olu is the APC man. So I think maybe all those meetings that people have been saying Tinubu has been having meeting with Wike, maybe it's materializing to something now. Because I don't understand. I don't understand Atiku. And sometimes I do not agree with Wike, because all his insults, calling names, I don't like it. But what he's fighting for, I think, is the right thing. What he's fighting for, but it's just the abuse and the shenanigans of dancing. That's why I don't like. It looks too ridiculous to me. But I think maybe Wike will be backing Tinubu if they don't resolve this issue, because Wike still wants the presidency to come to the south. He still wants the presidency to come to the south, even though his party ticket now is in the north. But he would still like to want the presidency to come to the south. And there are some rumors as well that Seyi Makinde is backing Tinubu on the ground. That is what he will be working for Tinubu. And after the election, if Tinubu win the election, Seyi Makinde may defect to APC. There are many rumors in that manner. So it's going to be get interesting day by day. It's going to be get interesting, and I wish it could come to APC just to disrupt this PDP. Yes,
Thomas,
yeah,
because you still have APC governorship candidates,
yes.
and so if what you are saying is Makinde defected to APC when already INEC has the candidate for APC. How's that going to work?
But
It's not saying defecting now. It's saying he will support the APC candidates at the presidential level.
Well, that will be at the cost of his own governorship, governorship ambition.
Anyway,
How so? How so?
to me,
Because if he supports Tinubu, you can't expect Tinubu not to support his own APC candidate. How's that going to work?
Don't worry. I don't know, but that's. Let's hear from Saki Father. Saki Father, come in.
well, I said anyway. To me, Tinubu is just playing psychological game, especially to see reactions from Atiku. You know, if you listen to that thing he said he's endorsing Sanwo-Olu. He now said this time around, it doesn't matter party. That if he sees that you are working in any place, whichever party you belong, he will endorse you. So I think those things he's doing is just he's playing serious mind game on Atiku. He is willing to destabilize Atiku to me, but at the same time, he cannot lose PDP gubernatorial candidates in Rivers State because he's the one that is like the godfather of that guy for that Rivers State. So I don't think he will be willing to lose that PDP candidate in Rivers State. But at the same time, he's just going around and he's even saying that he can go to any state and like if he sees that this governor is working, he will endorse the governor no matter the party he is. You know. So I think he's playing mind game on
Saki Father.
Yeah.
Well, it's a mind game. These guys are messing with our minds, and I'm sick and tired of this. That's why I've taken a rest from all this a little bit, because if you look at it, someone will get an endorsement from a PDP governor who also is backing his own, who seemed like, as far as we know right now, from what he said some few hours ago when he arrived from Spain, he was endorsing still endorsing his own candidate, which is PDP. So it's like, why are these guys messing with our minds? Like, we don't just even, like I just explained to, try to like make us some reason on Makinde. What is Makinde is going to do if he has to defect to or support Tinubu? So I mean, these guys are messing with our minds.
Rational mind,
It
rational
kind of like
mind,
it begs the question: what are these guys?
rational mind, rational mind. Wait, let me tell you
trying to
something.
achieve?
Let me,
Hold on. There's another news now. I don't know if you people have checked Naira Land. There's another news. I think it's even reported in one of the newspaper in Nigeria that Wike is getting some kind of endorsement from Buhari. But Buhari wants to honor him with some project, something like that. And these people from this guy's camp, his former transporter Rotimi Amechi, they are kicking against it. So what are these people doing? I mean, what is all this going on here? Is Wike moving into APC, or is he going to work for APC? I know it's so. This is just a mind game, like Sacrifice said, and it's really messing up with people's mind, trying to figure out what these guys are up to. That's just what I want to say.
Politics has always been Machiavellian. So I'm not quite sure politics has always been Machiavellian. So
what I'm trying to say is that I think it has
Nigerian politics.
It's not Nigerian politics. It's
Nigerian politics. Where you live, there, politics. Where do you see this kind of politics that is played in Nigeria?
This kind of politics plays out in different inflections globally.
No. In developed, Mama, don't come here and tell us.
We all know this. Now, politics. The one thing first in politics is self-interest, and that's always paramount. And the second thing in politics is no permanent enemies. That's always also paramount. And on the basis of that, that's how people politic, whether overtly, whether covertly, whether in a civilized manner, whether in a rudimentary manner. That is politics has always been Machiavellian.
One man. Don't talk all this Turenchi you're talking.
All right.
Give me an example of a country you know.
No, I'm not going to give you an example because I have examples, but I don't want to deviate into some satellites.
Okay.
Rational mind.
Yeah. I hear you.
Rational mind. Let me tell you something. Politics is dynamic. It's about give and take. I spoke about Seyi Makinde. What are you telling me? If Tinubu can give up his slot for Atiku, he gave us his slot for Osinbajo.
But boy, why can't this thing you're just talking about? It doesn't really cohere.
Let me finish. It's not cohere to you.
Were you there?
What are you saying?
All right, I'm not quite sure where we are. Round up that space and then let's move on. It's too early for us to.
Let me finish my assertion, one man, please.
Yeah.
If Tinubu can give up for Atiku, gave up for Osinbajo. Osinbajo is supposed to be the vice president now, but Buhari said that they can't have Muslim ticket. That is why he gave it up for Let me finish now.
One man said we don't want to overflog this thing. Thomas, you do something here on this platform. If you want to speak to something, speak to certain things you have a good understanding of. Don't just go off.
So am I lying?
No. Hold on. In the context you're talking about in the context of a single one party. They were all in one party. He gave up when they were together in APC or AD, whatever. He gave up his slot. That is understandable. But we're talking about when people are doing anti-party activities in the scale at which we're seeing it right now in Nigeria. And one governor is endorsing another governor from another state that he has he has a candidate from his own party, and he fails to endorse him, and he's also endorsing his own party candidate for the presidential. And it's so this kind of it's so confusing. What are these people up to? And you're trying to justify it with Tinubu giving up his space for.
My
brother, what is the correlation
that
here?
That is the beauty of the politics.
That is the beauty. Just speak to what you understand. Don't go off tangent.
Rational mind. Can you let me speak, please? Please, if you can allow that, please. So I'm talking of the Seyi Makinde. If Tinubu tells Sheyi Makinde, don't worry, defer to our party, work for us, do you think Tinubu doesn't need Oyo State? He needs Oyo State. So the APC governor now, candidate now, can give up his seat. And both of them, they will work for Tinubu to win the election. And if Sheyi Makinde finishes second term, and they will bring him back, what are you saying? This is politics. This is the beauty of the politics. It's about give and take. It's very dynamic. There's nothing that cannot happen in politics. What are you saying? That is what can happen. Are you telling me it can't happen? It can happen. It will tell PDP, the APC candidate now in your state.
Can you hear yourself? It says the beauty of politics.
Go and let me finish.
I mean,
go and sit down. This guy will work for us to get the vote in Oyo State, and let him do the second term. And when he finishes the second term, you will be the next the governor. What are you saying? Is it not possible? Do you want to tell me the politics of Oyo State? I was born and raised in Oyo State. Do you want to tell me the history of politics in Oyo State? Rashid Ladoja, Alao Akala, Lamade Shina. What are you saying? So I know what I'm saying. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm saying. I'm not going out of the tangent at all, because it happens in Oyo State before. So Wike, back to Wike, if you want to work for Tinubu, good for them. Adewale is my candidate, and it doesn't work for them. Good for them. I don't care. One man, let's move on.
All right. Thank you. So thank you. So thank you, Thomas. So Thomas, stay there, but let me go on just to vary the conversation. I want to try and make sure that everybody has sufficient enough contribution this time around. So thank you. But Wike, as ever, always in the midst of every mischief. But then he did one demo that you remember what he said, Wike. This is what he said.
When they bend them, sweet us. When they sweet us, they never say something. As in the sweet us, you go to bend them. As in the bend them, you go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, you go to bend them. As in the bend them, you go to sweet us.
And there it is. It's a River State something. Yeah, it can only be a River State something. So it's a River State something as we move the conversation in the direction of Solly. So Solly, hopefully you are ready to go now. So Solly.
Yes.
All right. Good to have you, Solly. So to it then, Solly. Do you want to start off where Thomas started off? The Atiku collapsed, or did he? But what we do know is that Atiku is in France. What we do know is that it was unannounced, even though they will say that it is scheduled. The reasons that they are giving for him being in France is private business, and they are saying is going to discuss with one of his business spaces about one of his businesses that was impacted by C-19. So C-19 was, of course, nearly 3 years ago now. So, and he is in the middle of a presidential campaign. So that's the reason they gave. But the contrast reason was that he was having disease spells and he was slumping, and they rushed him to France for medical needs. So what are you then making then of this new inflection of the Olule narrative?
How old is Atiku? Isn't he over 80?
He's about 7. He claims to be 78, but it's probably more like 83.
Yeah, so to me, if what they actually said, he was feeling dizzy. It sounds like somebody that is about to kick the bucket.
Now it needs to run now.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, have you not had a dizzy spell? You at your age, have you not had a dizzy spell? You've never had a dizzy spell.
Yeah, but I've had grandparents, great grandparents, and these were the kind of, things that were going on before they kick the bucket. But let's say he's not going to kick the bucket. Let's say he's not going to kick the bucket. These are already bad warning signs. But it doesn't even matter. If he comes back to Nigeria and he shows his face and he talks, no one will care. Even if he was vomiting blood, as long as he comes back to Nigeria and shows his face and just talks, no one will care. Campaign will go on and continue as usual. That is the Nigerian environment. So this doesn't change anything. It doesn't really change anything, you know. So to me, it's just a distraction. As long as he's still alive, then nothing changes anything. We continue the campaign as usual. That's the Nigerian environment for you. They don't think about all those ones. As long as the person can still talk, as long as the person can still come back and defend himself and lie about the situation, then they'll believe it.
All right, thank you. So let me take you to a different space, Solly. The Osinbajo narrative is just a simple headline: Tinubu meets Osinbajo. But then embedded in that headline is a lot of backdrop in antecedents. The build-up of Osinbajo by Tinubu to make him a man. Osinbajo stabbing Tinubu in the back where he was at his most vulnerable, and now this now coming together. So does this signal peace in the land to you, Solly?
Yes, it signal peace because Osinbajo has, put respect where respect is supposed to be. He has forgot. He at one moment he forgot who put him there. So Tinubu had to give him a beating, a little beating, so that you respect. You pull back respect where respect is supposed to be. And Tinubu is not somebody that, is not going to cut. What's this saying when they say cut off the bridge or something?
Cut his nose to spite his face. Use that one. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Cut his nose to spite his face. Tinubu is not that kind of person. If he can still gain something from you, he's still going to come back. He has put Osinbajo in a way that Osinbajo knows, especially from that primary. Yes, I have a flu. Especially, it's 6 degrees now in Holland.
It's 6 degrees. Yeah, and European.
So,
look, I am wearing a t-shirt. It's colder here. I'm wearing a t-shirt. Look at this guy. This is why you should be fat like me. Then you have fat to insulate you from the cold. But carry on.
I'm trying. But my body is not just built like that.
Do you have the height to carry fat though? Because if you are short, then you shouldn't be fat. But if you are taller, then you can afford to be fat. How tall are you?
I'm almost 6 foot.
All right, then you can be a bit fat. Yeah.
So. No, I think it's harder for tall people to gain weight. I don't know.
No, but you can carry weight. There's nothing worse than to be short and fat. But if you are tall and fat, you can still style it up, but carry on.
So, he has given him that beating, 1,000 votes. So Osinbajo, remembered who he was. Now that you remember who he was and you respect him again, let's come back and start talking and planning. Because Tinubu is not the kind of person that wins like what's this kind of win? He barely wins. No, Tinubu is the kind of person that if you can get
massacres.
Yes, all this kind of grandiose. If he can get 100 over 100 in an exam, he will try to get 120 over 100. That's the kind of person Tinubu is. So Tinubu, whether you are his enemy or whether you are his friend, is going to put everyone around him so that he has more than 100% assurity that he's going to win, because he is not going to keep on pushing for this thing if there's any chance of him losing. He does not carry that public image of a loser. He will do everything and anything to win. Okay? He's not going to go around fighting people. He's going to go around enforcing himself, arming himself to the highest T. And that is what he is doing with Osinbajo. Yes, you forgot who I was. Yes, we got into a battle, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't continue on. There are some things that I'm sure he can assure Osinbajo, and there are some things that Osinbajo, I'm sure he can see that he can gain from Tinubu being the president. It doesn't end there. We can still both make money. We can still both gain power. So what other choice does Osinbajo have? Is he going to side with PDP? Then he will be a traitor. How are they going to accept him? He has no choice. And that's the kind of person Tinubu is. He puts you in a tight corner where you just have to follow him. Literally, you have no choice. You either benefit or you lose. And who wants to lose? That's the thing. You must be forced with Tinubu. You must be forced to benefit from him, and that's just what is going on. So it's a nice, well played game. You know, more to come. Like I said, Tinubu has not even started campaign. He's still building foundation. Meanwhile, some people are thinking that they are doing this, they are doing that. They haven't even come close yet. You know, sadly, but it is what it is.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. This one, let me just give you the headline and then you tell me what you are making of it. China opens police station in Nigeria. So what are you making of that? China opens police station in Nigeria.
You know, the first time I knew they had police station was in Canada. They had police station in Canada. I couldn't believe it. You know, why are all these countries allowing China to have police station? Yes, they are saying, oh, they are trying to catch their citizens. But knowing China, they always have ulterior motives. You know, that's my own point of view. And I see it this way, that they have ulterior motives. They are trying to use it as a way to penetrate into the system. Who knows why? I never really know why the Chinese do what they do. You know, but they never seem comfortable until they penetrate your society. Which is what I see that they are trying to do. I don't buy all those things that they are saying, oh, they are trying to do policing, they want to catch some of their people doing this and that. Okay, then every country in the world should do that too. You know?
You know, it is now impossible for anybody outside of the Chinese space to catch a Chinese criminal, because they function in such a different way and at such a high level, and they're so embedded in technology and they're so criminal in a way that is not known internationally, that you know you need one of their own to catch a suspect.
To catch Chinese people is not really, well, to me, I don't think it's that hard, because you know, I'm always suspecting them of doing something, but that's just me, you know. But if you accept them, you know, with open arms, then you are just punching yourself in the face. They are always up to something, especially when they're in groups, and especially when
does it bother you though that China
it bothers me. It bothers me so much. It makes me feel so uncomfortable, because I always know they always have ulterior motives. I've been watching. There was a time on DSTV, they had this Chinese channel and it was free. And I used to just sit down there and watch it for days and see all the atrocities that these Chinese people used to do. And I used to wonder, honestly, if these people could do this thing to themselves, imagine the kind of atrocities they could do to other people, you know? And I saw the ways they used to do it. So complex. They have no care.
That's why I said, you said so complex. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the Nigerian police system is born yet that can catch a Chinese criminal, because they're so advanced and they're so different in orientation. We can probably catch an European and an American because the functioning space is the same as ours. But these people are so alien to what we know and how we function, that, you know, how can we even catch a Chinese criminal?
No, one man, I disagree. If EFCC can catch Nigerians, they can catch Chinese people. The issue with Nigerians is that they tend to glorify anybody that is an international and doesn't have a black skin. You know, an Indian person, they will call him a white man. A Chinese person, they will call him a white man. Even a white man, they call him. You know, so they glorify everybody that is not black. In fact, they glorify anybody that is not Nigerian, because they tend to glorify even South Africans, even these other black Africans. So that's, you know, it doesn't allow them to see the true nature of other citizens. So that's the problem. I believe Nigerians, we know the kind of things we do. So it's going to be easy for us to catch a Chinese person. Nigerians and Chinese people basically do. Yeah,
they have this police that they open, not just in Nigeria alone, even in the United States here. They have police here in the United States. They have in some European countries, Central European countries.
Yes.
And so
they have in the United Kingdom and France as well.
So what I was saying. So I think it's more like a collaboration between the host country and their diplomatic mission and somebody representing them from that desk.
No, I don't think it's collaboration in Canada. It's not collaboration.
It's not collaboration?
To the best
That's
of
what
my
he said.
knowledge,
That's what I
except something changes from what I heard the last time, maybe I don't have a deep understanding. The police post in Canada is purely illegal, not official. So
well, it depends on some countries don't allow it because they have their own kind of law that would not allow such. But if a country's law does not,
because why do you want to allow foreign police when you have your law? So
you know, hold on.
The question we should be asking is this: if we are talking of Interpol, that is understandable. That means, but when you have your bylaws, you have a constitution, why do you need a foreign police to come to your country to help you implement? That's violation of your territory.
No, but what they are saying is that the sort of crimes being committed by the Chinese is so unique and peculiar that it is probably best caught by somebody from that culture.
To me, if anybody within a geographical a security person within a geographical area is telling me that, then I will say it doesn't make sense to me. Because you have all the means of detecting crime. So
all right. Okay. Let's hear from Akim.
Man. Is that what this story you are talking? Is it for real, or you're just pulling people's names?
It's all over the news space. Let me share the screen. In fact, it's in the Vanguard. It's in it's everywhere. Don't worry. But it's not just only in Nigeria, as people are highlighting. It's in People's Gazette. It's everywhere. So
now people, one man, they're just making it up. There's nothing like that. How can you have another country?
Actually, the police station in Nigeria is in your territory. It's in Benin City.
No wonder they just throw that in away, my one man. That is not that's junk news.
One man, but the thing is this: do they call them police?
It's not junk news. It's real.
How can it be real, my brother? How can you have a police station in another man's country? It doesn't work. Do you know that?
There is a police station in Canada, Chinese police station in Canada.
Yes, there's nothing. It's gonna be maybe some tourist center. It cannot be functional police station. What are you talking about?
You can do your own research and check too.
How can you have one country we have a police station in another man's country? First of all, which country's law would they implement in the first place?
But the thing is, United States has it. They have it here in the United States too. I mean, they have it in Canada.
Which country's law would they implement in the country?
That was why I said, hold on. That was why I said, okay, let me make you understand.
Let me pull that up for Canada here.
Every diplomatic mission of a country, they have what they call defense attaché. And this defense attaché usually it collaborates with the host country on defense matter and issues and anything that has to do with national security. So they are like the.
How you guys even debating this issue anyway? This is how can you even debate such issue? This is it's a non-issue. It is a junk news.
Hold on now.
You can't have a police station in another man's country.
Progressive, we understand. But if the country has no law or any standing policy that kicks against, I know United States would not allow such a law. But if they allowed it, then it means maybe there's no law violated in the United States, or maybe they've come to an agreement that we're going to collaborate. We're going to cooperate. There's going to be a cooperation between us. That you guys, you do your investigation. Let our FBI do this part of this or whatever. No, there should be some kind of agreement between them.
Hey, brother, there's no kind of agreement at all.
There's
no kind of agreement at all. I'm telling you.
International law and diplomacy does not work.
It doesn't matter whether it's local law or multinational law. It doesn't work. Guys, come on, man. Why are we doing this now? Are we actually debating this matter now?
They're telling you that it's happening in every country. So whether we debate it or not, it's happening now. It's happening.
Yes.
Sometimes diplomacy sometimes it's devoid of the rationality. Sometimes.
Yes.
So what are we talking about?
Rational mind. Why I'm even shocked is this. Even if I want to work in Northern there, for example, as a Canadian, you know the level of security I will even go through. Just because I'm still a citizen of this country. But if I want to work in Ottawa, not even with the government agency, or the fact that I even want to work with any organization in Ottawa alone, do you know the level of security clearance I will go through? And it's so shocking to me to find this thing out. And this thing we are talking about, the progressive, is causing serious issues, and citizens are mounting serious pressure. They want to know why RCMP are not doing anything. They want to know why the Ontario police, they are not doing anything. I see. Watch out for the next 6 months. It's going to determine who is going to come back to that, become the next prime minister, or maybe Premier of Ontario or the Prime Minister of Canada. It's a serious issue as we speak.
All right, brilliant. So back to you, Solly.
So it made me very uncomfortable the moment I found out they were in Canada, because I the first thing I thought is Nigeria. Will Nigeria even fight it? And look at it, they accepted it. It just makes me so uncomfortable. Whose law are they going to apply? This Chinese police, I'm sure they are just going to, once they enter Nigeria and they see that there's no law there, they will just start doing whatever they want, as usual. Because these Chinese, they don't respect anybody that is not Chinese. They don't respect you.
When you are going around collecting all these loans, you don't know that there will be repercussions.
But this one is not issue of loan. This one is something different, And me, I feel like they have ulterior motive. They have ulterior agenda. Chinese, they can wait for 100 years to apply their own. Their own vision is usually 1,000 years forward, So they know what they are doing. And our Nigerian politicians, they are not even complex in their way of thinking. But it's just very sad. If I was the president, me, I won't lie. Lie.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. I am not a public figure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. I am not a public figure that cows to bullying. ABIKE DABIRI AREWA replies Obi EZEKWESILI after she cautioned her for calling a Twitter troll another. So this is a back and forth. It starts off with this guy that calls himself aggressively obedient, avoid me. So this is what he tweeted at ABIKE DABIRI. It says she goes to Indonesia. She should go to Indonesia and see how Nigerians are treated. Momo woman supporting a failed government. She's equally part of the failure eye service. So that was what he said, but that seemed to have irked ABIKE DABIRI somewhat. And then she goes in, she says, Ode, you go to Indonesia, carry drugs, do cultism, and come begging to be rescued from death sentence. Thank God for NDLEA now saving people like you from death row. So this is the back and forth between ABIKE DABIRI and some wayward obedient constituting a nuisance on a Twitter feed. So you'd have thought that was just standard fare, but Madam Obi EZEKWESILI, she then chimed in. She says, dear ABIKE, at ABIKE DABIRI, what is this? Kai, this is messy. Please clean it up quickly, please. So that was what she said. So her calling the person there seemed to have irked Madam Obi, even though the person calling her a Momo woman did not seem to irk. So ABIKE, of course, not taking that. I am done on this, but out of respect for you, will ask, clean what up? It's okay for some untrained, uncouth guy to refer to me as Mumu, and I can't call him Ode. I am not a public official that cows to bullying, please. So what are you making of it from top to toe? So first, the attack on on ABIKE DABIRI by some wayward obedient, and then her response calling him an Ode. But then Madam Obi EZEKWESILI then chiming in to caution ABIKE for calling the wayward youth an Ode. So all of that, what do you think the intermix is in that menagerie?
I know some people will not like my answer, but I'll still say it. Tribal defense, When things become tribal defense, they will not want to accept that someone did something bad, But first of all, let's go with tribal defense. And that's what I don't like. Point out everybody that is wrong, and that's what I feel most Yoruba people don't like. Point out everybody that is wrong. Don't just back up someone because they are from your tribe, and you won't want to point out what the person did just because another person from another tribe is there. But it happens all the time, and it's not going up.
You've broken off, yeah.
You know, even on this platform, sometimes when it's happening on this platform, I just go out because it's a bunch of hypocrisy, and I don't like hypocrisy. You know, it's not going to stop. Things like this are going to continue, and I don't like tribal defense, especially when you don't want to point out what your tribe has done that is bad. Everybody did something here that was bad, you know, but with tribal defense, it's just going to keep on going and going and going. The best thing to do in this kind of situation is just to shut up and move on, you know. So I don't want to speak too much about it because they don't like my rebuttals.
All right, thank you. You have to stop prodding at people ethnically. Sorry, they have been reporting.
Yeah, but it is what it is, you know. It is what it is.
They've been reporting you to me that I should.
We make him mature now. He's acting mature now.
Yes.
So
you see,
congratulations.
I told you.
That's good.
You're
acting mature now. Very, very good. Very good. Solly, proud
where
of
is
you.
Solly from, please?
It's from Ekiti now.
Ekiti like you, Ola.
Okay. We don't take nonsense. We don't take nonsense. We don't take nonsense.
All right. All right. Thank you, Solly. Solly, stay with us. Let me take the conversation on and let me move it in the direction of our Saki father. Oh, sorry. Actually, let me go to Solomon. Sorry, Saki. Let's go to Solomon, who joins us from Nigeria. So Solomon, this story that seems to be breaking, Atiku collapsed, rushed to France, is what Femi Fani-Kayode will have us believe. But is that having any traction there? And if it's having any traction, how are people digesting it? Solomon.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, one man.
Good evening.
Yeah, this article's travel to France is in the headline in the page I saw. In one page I saw the headline, but I think Dele Momodu that posted that he did not make mention of Atiku going for medical treatment. What he went for was to meet. I think they said he went to meet the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. Then it was in the afternoon that bloggers they're carrying it that he went for medical treatment, that he collapsed, that he felt dizzy and all that. He collapsed and they rushed him to France, of which I know that they even said today that that Tinubu too has gone to London, but I still saw a headline where they said there is a meeting he went to that he posted this evening that he said something there this evening. So people are just carrying fake rumors. People are carrying rumors up and down like things that are not real. So it's not everything we see on social media we'll be believing. Even that Isaac Fayoshe is always carrying anything PDP. Anything that concerns PDP Atiku, he's just there to, especially Atiku, he's just there to just spread things that are not real, just there to tarnish the guy's image, of which is not good.
You know, so I cannot stand that Isaac Fayoshe, you know. Says I don't know, maybe there's some lousiness something within. His brother is lousy and he is even worse. Just a lousy guy.
Yeah, I just feel he's pained. There's something. Just like the way Wike is ranting about about Atiku and PDP. Wike, let's not justify his action. Let's not just say he's being an upright man. It is the selfishness that has bounced back to him, and he's now looking for a way to make it look like he's on the right path, that he's supporting that if he feels like the people he is endorsing now are the right people, or like he's a righteous man. We know that he's a selfish person, and this selfishness is what is really firing back at him. How will you go to a state like Lagos State? You know you have a candidate there, and you're saying, has Jadon, has he ever held that office before? Let it be like he has not, that he has held it and he misused the office that he's coming to. It's not good. It's not good at all. It's not making sense. So Fayoshe Isaac, that guy is somebody that he don't want to hear anything Atiku. he spoils Atiku image. He just comes to, because he knows that if he should say he's supporting PDP or this, like he the way he posts about APC, he will not do. He's not coming up straight to say he's supporting APC. He's saying he's supporting Labour Party. The other time, the last 2 months, he said he gave them 50 million. That he's going to support them with 50 million for the camp for he's going to support Labour Party with 50 million. And I was just like, wow, look at this guy. But let's see, him deep down in his mind, he knows that the Labour Party is supporting is not going to get into that office. But he just want to. I just feel like he's chasing clouds. Because any small thing, he's using it to joke on social media.
Yeah, I think he just wants to be down with the kids. This Fayose guy is just it's a clown. But Tinubu meeting Osinbajo, is that making any news? And what are you making of it? I don't expect that Osinbajo will come out in the media to start to speak about Tinubu. And I think the toying of the fight is not going to go beyond all these photos. So the photo is going to be where it ends, but is the photo sufficient enough to tell us that these people have come back together? So what are you making of the meeting between Osinbajo and Tinubu?
Yeah, I heard Mr. Ajalikoko saying that Osinbajo is more educated than Tinubu, that he's a scholar, all that. See, this is politics. In fact, this is life. This is life. We all know that it was that Tinubu is Osinbajo's boss. It was through him. It was through his influence that he got into that office as the vice president. Let's call a spade a spade. He got into that office through Osinbajo, through Tinubu. He's supposed to be even the number one loyalist to Tinubu. It's not easy for somebody to. There were other people, but he called you up to take up that seat. To take up that seat of the vice president, you are supposed to acknowledge him, even like respect him, be loyal to him, be honest to him in no matter what. This thing is a lifetime. It is an honor. It is not just a common. They are the second person because of the religion stuff. They have to give you when there are other people around him. They were still. I believe there were other people around him, Tinubu, that were more that he could still put in that office, but he had to put Osinbajo. Then he got to the primaries. Time for the primaries again. For the primaries, Osinbajo went to buy form. Even if you want to do that, you will consult him. Look, give him reasons. You're supposed to make him understand. But if he says no, you still step down. Because he was the one that put it. He's not God, but at least you will. Let's see. I believe in loyalty. Let's call a spade a spade. He's supposed to come. He's supposed to work with Tinubu's instruction. This one is coming to do now. Is just if I were
Solomon, can I interject 1 minute?
Yes,
and even on that day of election, on that day of primaries, people are stepping down. Osinbajo saw the handwriting on the wall that Tinubu is winning and doesn't even step down. I don't know.
It is not. There are people that are educated, but they don't have common sense. This is not education.
Sorry, can I quickly comment, please? That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Listen, I don't subscribe to those ideas because Osinbajo is a grown-up man. It's a man with his own independent thoughts. Just because Tinubu helped him to get to the vice presidential position, he never asked for it. It was Tinubu that.
Let's not talk like that. Let's not talk like that, Mr.
Out of his free will. Just hold on 1 second. So. Okay. Because Tinubu picked him to be vice president, then he can then not aspire to do what he wants to do because Tinubu is also in the race. For me, look, Tinubu won fair and square. It's a competition. Why should he step down for anybody? He took part. He participated. He didn't win. Life goes on. That's how it should be. We're just turning human beings to gods these days. Tinubu is not God.
We're not turning to. We're not. I don't turn human. I can't turn human being to God. Let me tell you the truth. I can't idolize anybody. But when we see
you are doing it. You're denying it, right?
let's see the truth. When we see the truth, we say it. This is politics. This is like this. Forget that maybe yes, that this political stuff is for like to come into government and to make change in people's life. But this is like it's like a game. It's like a business among them. You're supposed to play it with rules. So you're saying that he did not beg him to come.
Solomon,
Solomon,
can I say something to you real quick?
Yeah.
You see, by what I'm going to say, I'm not trying to insult or trying to speak you down and talk you down. You see, sometimes I sit down here where I am right here. I just look back home, and I just imagine what is the problem of Nigerians themselves. Nigerians are their problems. When people reason the way you just reasoned, it makes me wonder maybe what they said about when the psychiatrists or psychologists in Nigeria were saying that about 60 million Nigerians are mental. And these are the 60 million Nigerians that go to vote. I mean, part of them are going to vote. It makes me wonder that Nigerians are their problem. When we hear people speak like this, like the way you just spoke, maybe because you've not stepped out of that.
I don't say he has mental problems.
No. I'm not saying
see, Mr. Rashomai, Mr. Rashomai, let me say something to you.
No. Don't take it offensive, Peter. He's not saying that nothing is wrong with you.
No. See, I know the point I'm trying to make.
You see, the thing is this. We need to start thinking out of the box. You need to stop pedestalizing people. I mean, maybe some of us, if I were you like you too, maybe if I was in Nigeria, I was thinking like you. But the point I'm trying to make is this: when people think like this is a free world. It's democracy. Everybody is free. There's no one person that has to be lord over everybody. He has not done any. He has not committed any crime. I don't know why some of you call him Judas Iscariot. I don't get it. I don't know the basis for that.
No, rational mind.
Listen. I helped you someday. If I helped you,
you just don't like to
you become my own boss.
You just don't like
at some point in the future. There's
you
no
know the basis. You know the basis.
I won't take offense.
They are supposed to show a united front. They are in the same
united
party.
Front there? What is
you know. You just don't like Tinubu. They put somebody there. There was a plan.
Even though it's Osinbajo, somebody did that to Osinbajo. I don't see it as
not Tinubu.
I want to see it as a treachery. What are you talking about? Why do we have to reason this?
Rational mind. What I even want to say,
one at a time. Yeah. Go.
It's not an. I just want to see whatever Solomon says as opinion. It doesn't mean. See, sometimes we may think that our opinion is superior to another guy, and that's a very big mistake because it depends on your perspective. His own perspective is that because he's supposed to be loyal to Tinubu, it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with him. That's the way, that's the value it derived from, that's the value he plays on his own position. And you don't see it as something is wrong with someone mentally to think that way. No, we must always have different views. So that's just the way I see that thing. For example, I disagree with Solomon, for example, because Osinbajo, as a learned fellow, for example, must have known the consequences of his action too. So to me, we were alive when this guy from Bukola Saraki even went against his father politically, and Evans did not fall. So it's a free world. To me, I don't see why Osinbajo should be dobale for Tinubu. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work that way, in my own opinion. Yeah, your opinion is valid, and I think I only disagree with your own opinion. You are in order. So that's what I just want to tell you.
All right. Yeah, go on. So, back to you, Solomon.
Yeah, what Mr. Rational Mind just said now is his own opinion because it's not true about me, and I'm not a Tinubu supporter. I don't support Tinubu in any way, and when I see me, I'm somebody, I'm trying to grow up with the truth, like not just trying, I'm always trying to see myself standing as in being honest and not being biased in anything I'm doing. So in my own opinion, I just aired my own opinion that Tinubu, Osinbajo did not try in that action, and there's nothing that will make me change my mind about it. He did not try. this thing is something. It's not. You see, it's not like you should idolize. Because Tinubu placed him there, he should come. He be leaking the grant. No, but this thing is like this thing is like a business. It's like a game that you people that. Hello.
Solomon, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you saying that Osinbajo didn't try because he offered himself to serve Nigeria?
Which offer? Let's stop doing this. Let's see.
Why are you saying he offered himself to serve Nigeria?
Let's stop this thing we are doing.
Interest.
Let's stop this thing. This is a selfish. Wait, forget that he's a competent person. Excuse me. Why are we behaving like this? It's just like the devil and what devil did in the Bible. How will you come to overshadow? Calm down.
What do you mean?
Let's not be saying metal or let's not come and be. This thing is something that we know this guy did not try. He would have consulted him. He would have consulted him.
My question is: does Nigeria belong to anyone? Can somebody offer himself?
Sir, let's see. I'm not going this route. You want to go? I'm just saying this because of their relationship and because of the way he got into that power.
Hold on. Yeah, let Solomon land. Carry on, Solomon.
Right. Because of the way this man called you, he was one that called you. Come. How will you? This thing is about loyalty. His value. Let's leave whether he's competent to rule the nation. No, but at least the means he got into there, he should be grateful.
All right.
By consulting him and telling him that look,
he consulted him. Yeah, consulted him.
He consulted him.
Yeah, he did.
All right. Was that PlayStation? So did you want to interject? Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to interject. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, one man. Good evening, Solomon, everybody.
Yeah. Good evening.
Okay, Solomon, I wanted to ask because the issue with Osinbajo and Tinubu is almost like the issue with Atiku and Obi. And clearly, we all heard Atiku say that Obi didn't consult him when he took the decision to leave PDP. But till today, we've continued to see that Obi do not attack Atiku. He respects him. He greets him as function. He acknowledges the fact that this guy gave me a platform at some time. But that does not mean that he cannot take his decision as a man again. So when Obi was asked why that he didn't consult Atiku, he said that he didn't even consult his own wife because he was on a crossroad where he has to make one of the most important decisions of his life. And the last thing he wanted was his kids, his wife, or even Atiku to discourage him, because clearly at that point, there was something that was driving his ambition. There were already people that was pushing for Obi, even within the PDP. When he was in the PDP, Nigerians, the 1 million march didn't start when he went to Labour Party. It started while he was in PDP, canvassing for the ticket of the PDP. So there was already this.
There was one. Where did they hold 1 million march when P2B was in PDP?
They did it.
They did it across the country while he was scouting for the primaries.
They did it in PDP national office in Abuja.
Why he was
1 million march.
Actually,
you know they did do it in Obi's parlor. They did it in Obi's parlor.
See the video I want to watch.
He ran away from the party.
Too many voices.
See the video I want
now,
to watch.
Hold on, Saki. Let PlayStation carry on. Sorry. Apologies, but gentlemen, let's manage the voices so they don't cascade over each other. But carry on, play town. Yeah.
All right. So when I say the 1 million march started when Obi was in PDP, I don't know. I've not been in this platform so often, but as Solomon, this is the first time I'm meeting you. I'm telling you that the last utterance I will make in this platform as a person is something that is not in existence. So when I'm done, you could go check. The 1 million march started while Obi was scouting for the ticket of the PDP. And people were going around with the placard of "Give us Obi." Even P Square. That was when the P Square declared.
I did not see this thing. I'm very conversant with the social media space.
You can go on.
This thing is not.
Online.
It was when Obi went to Labour Party that people said celebrating and said yes that they will support him.
You don't want to do this now. You don't want to do this. What I'm saying is, give us Obi started while he was in PDP running for the ticket.
Can you hear me? Hello, Wama, can you hear me?
I think we lost.
I can hear you.
Yeah. So going back to what I was saying, this one is not. It's not meant to.
Sorry, Solomon. Before one man just laugh at me, I want to clarify myself. Take Back Niger, that is headed by Jack. Jack organized some group of people and went to ABUJA, national office in ABUJA. They were carrying placards and they said, give us Obi, we will assure you 10 million votes immediately. Give us Obi, you don't need to pay us. PDP, give us Obi. Jack organized it. I'm mentioning name. Jack, that is now the person that is rooting Take Back Niger. They went to that place and did. So when I say something, I'm very sure of what I'm saying. So that people.
That was just a protest against the party to give them Obi. It wasn't 1 million man match.
Maybe I'm saying one. It's not 1 million match.
It's not 1 million match. You can say it's this one.
It's just to go
for the party.
Shakara the party. Yes.
It's not to come and say 1 million. 1 million match was like a month or 3 weeks. Obi's movement. Even when they started telling him that it doesn't have structure, that was when people started coming out saying that yes, that they were supposed to be, that they are the structure. It's not while he was
Solomon.
This is still holding. So as I was saying about Tinubu and Osinbajo, mental anything. This one is common sense and common. This is rules. This is a rule in a game. Like when you must be loyal to guy. There's no you can't. Well, let me finish what I'm saying. You must be loyal to anybody that puts you in somewhere. Guy, this one is orientation in life because you don't know the kind of people you will deal with. This is one orientation I know that you must.
Solomon, can you hear me?
Solomon, do you believe in rank and day mentality? Do you believe in that?
I don't believe in all that, but I'm just telling you, this one is life rule. When somebody gives you something,
hold on, one man calling the shots. This is democracy, for goodness, Solomon. What are you talking about? In democracy, everybody, let me give you an example of myself. If I help you become somebody, and in the future you become my boss, and maybe you even do well more than me, or even overtake me, I will not have any beef with you. That is democracy. That is the beauty of life. But when you believe that one person has to call the shot, one man, everybody has to go and do ballet, everybody has to go and do rank and day for one man. I mean, what kind of life are we living? I wasn't living in the feudal system.
This is what I said. That I don't agree for ass clicking. For ass clicking.
Can I interject?
I said that I don't agree for ass clicking.
Can I interject one man?
Yeah, land your points. Play town. Okay, and then let's hear from Ola, and then Solomon round off that space.
All right, I'm still with Solomon. Yeah. So I wanted to ask you something, but let me round off of what I was saying earlier. So you can quickly, if you have internet there, you can quickly go to Instagram, scroll down Peter P. Square's page, just a little bit down. You see and watch and look at the first post he posted about Obi. What he posted there was, I can't keep quiet anymore. PDP, please give us Obi. And he posted the Obi poster there. That was the first thing he said.
How did you get to this Obi talk now? How did you get here?
No. I was here. Who is someone that is very
that was a protest. That was a protest. It's not 1 million man match. It was a protest against PDP leadership. Not to rig the election, to give them Obi.
I can actually I'm sure of what I'm saying. And trust me,
Zaki Father follow Obi. Zaki Father is there. Zaki Father just clarify it now. That it wasn't 1 million mama, it was a protest by some supporter of Obi within PDP asking the leadership of the party to give them Obi.
That's what I'm saying, that the Obi movement started while he was in PDP.
No, I think it was
Yeah,
the Playtown. I think it's the terminology medium man march that people. So they are not. Nobody is disagreeing that there was some agitation for Obi to be the PDP candidate by people that are sympathetic to him, but that does not constitute a medium man march. But
all right.
let's hear from Ola. Yeah.
Or no, let me just land on that.
No,
Please, one
event
more,
as
sorry.
I think I was actually going to spite rational mind.
But you asked me to wait so that Solomon will talk. Are we not going be sequential?
No.
I wanted to ask Solomon a question. That's why I raised the issue of Obi, and I need to ask him the question. So Solomon, please.
All right.
Solomon, please, can you answer me? Obi heading on to contest against Atiku's ambition, is he also wrong?
Obi, he went. Wait, let me say something. He went to another party and see himself in his mind. See, let me tell you what my own contribution to this thing about. I'm saying something concerning Tinubu and Atiku. Atiku did not put Obi in his. Obi did not hold the position of. They contested last year and they lost.
Yeah, but people are of the opinion that Atiku introduced Obi into the national politics.
Situations are different. What did you just say?
People are of the opinion that Atiku introduced Obi into national space. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you not hear him, Solomon?
Looks like Solomon can't hear
don't
me.
compare. I can hear him. I can hear him.
Okay.
I'm saying that some people are of the opinion that Atiku introduced Obi into the national politics or space with choosing him in 2019.
See, the two situations, Obi's and Atiku's situation and Osinbajo and Tinubu's situation, they are different. Do you understand? I don't want to go to that route.
But do you know what
I'm standing on Tinubu and Osinbajo's own. You're a young guy. Don't come here and be saying Western life, man. Yes, I did not say you will go and lick somebody's.
I'm make a point to you, my guy. What Osinbajo people are arguing is that you know Osinbajo also had a lot of ground swelling within the APC of people that are pro Osinbajo presidency that was pushing Osinbajo right from last year, even working inside the APC, pushing for this man's presidency. And this man cannot come up and say, you know what, all of you that believe in me, I'm going to dash your hopes. Why? Because I need to be loyal to
that one is his own. That one is his
own. He can't do that.
That one is his own.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that one is his own. Also, but one thing I believe as a young person, loyalty is not that you will go and be worshiping the person. No,
he's a 60-something-year-old man. But Tinubu is just like 2-3 years older than him. He's not.
Please, one man. Let's go to another topic. Let's leave this.
All right, it's frustrating you so much. All right.
You see how they bullied Solomon for his opinion, eh?
They did not bully me. If they bullied me, I would have said, I will come and buy
Solomon. Who is of that opinion that Solomon was bullied?
I stood on my ground.
Solomon doesn't want to talk about it again. So that
I cannot. When I see the truth, I will say the truth. This guy fucked up. It's not about education or being competent.
I don't know who that is that is suggesting that Solomon is being bullied. Maybe he was.
Don't worry about.
But nobody bullied Solomon.
Everyone said
people just ask questions.
No. It was a robust exchange of opinions. That Sunday is just mischief making. But let me move you on then. Let me move you to the skirmish between Madam Ngozi and ABIKE DABIRI AREWA. Is this something you have been following? And what are you thinking of it?
Yeah, that lady in charge of that's ABIKE. She did not try because she's a public figure. Leadership, I believe in leadership by example. She should even if that guy insulted her, she would have snubbed him, not bringing down herself to that level of stooping low of sending insult to him again. No. And I heard somebody saying that ABIKE was playing a tribal role. No, she was correcting her because she's a public figure. Do you understand? She's a public figure. She's not supposed to insult him or reply him. She would have just ignored him, and it was for her own good, not for to play a tribal role. So that person that said it, you should just take correction that and understand that it wasn't any tribal stuff. It wasn't a tribal cover up or tribal involvement. No, it's just correction. She was trying to correct her. And if you see ABIKE's reply when the ABIKE replied, she just tried to make peace and move on. So it wasn't a tribal this thing. ABIKE she was being childish, and
Are you on the social media space? Of course, you're on YouTube now. Are you on Twitter, Instagram, all of those spaces?
Yeah, I can access my Twitter. Do you, my Instagram.
When I'm saying are you on it, do you go around there to interact?
Of course.
Okay. And you're always within the Nigerian Twitter space. Yeah, are you?
Of course.
Then you know.
But I'm more on Instagram.
Do you know how vicious people can be, especially Nigerians? Because you're a celebrity, because you're a known name, some of the things that they come on your Instagram or Twitter spaces to say is unbelievable sometimes. And no matter how above it will cut into you. Nigerians, there can be very vicious people, but are you saying then, because you're a public figure, let's leave ABIKE to one side and let's even leave politics. Let's say you're a celebrity, an artist, a musician, a politician. Is it because you have a public profile that then opens the window for some wayward person to come and say unspeakable things to you on social media? Do you not get the right to reply, Solomon?
To me, it was by the grace of God. Once I get into this, to get into that public space of being a very top public figure, high public figure, I don't see any reason to reply. I won't reply, to be honest. See, let me tell you, the number one respected artist in Nigeria is Wizkid. That guy is somebody, whether you congratulate him, he shows example as what a public figure how a public figure should behave. No matter what you can even insult his mother, insult his father, insult his kids, he will not reply you. When you're a public figure, you're big, and when you're big already. You just do your things in a very, as in you just place yourself in a way that you will not tarnish you, as in stain your white. You just be on that space that people must talk. Why are you in the public space?
Can I say something?
To be fair, Solomon.
If you come on social media, you go collect. You go collect.
One man. See,
Solomon. To be fair, I don't think Wizkid is in control of his social media. Before he used to rant.
He's in control.
He even ranted about Buhari. You know, he has even ranted
that
about
one. See, that one was during excuse me. See, this one they are different. These two scenarios now, they are different. Do you understand? Okay. That Buhari's own was during protests, when they killed people in Lekki toll gates. So people, and that one is different from normal insults people will give him and all that. So he as a public figure, talk more of somebody in the political space. She's supposed to just ignore and just because people must talk. These are the orientation they should give people.
Solomon, can I say something? You see, it is very easy to say someone must ignore. Now, because Antika fire, because someone not there, right? Because someone not there, it does not mean that. You see, one thing is that this is Lagosian. He's just telling you, say, I'll be home once. So she was ready to take that conversation. This one, I don't really see this one as something that's serious to that level. Instead of, there are several ways you can show power or so you can abuse power. But this one, he said, I'm even ready to take it with true ear and we make it rough for Lagos fight. That's what she's doing there. See,
that one is her own. I can hear you.
Sometimes because someone is a public figure does not mean that the person should lose his respect, right? You should still accord that person with respect. But if you violate the respect of that particular person, you don't make respect mutual. If that person responds to, it's not every time we should not say because a public figure that the person has no feelings. So to me, if I find myself in that situation, there's possibility that I can lose it too. Look at the statement. It said you go to Indonesia and do something illegal. You are messing the name of the country, and you come here and you start saying rubbish. You see, to me, maybe I could be wrong. I've not seen something so terrible in the world that that woman said. So to me, that don't just take the normal Niger fight. Forget about the hierarchy now. Now is the hierarchy we are looking at now. But what this one said, I say, but at least let them fight themselves, like brother to brother, sister to sister, and tell yourself the truth. To me, he has not overstepped, and that's just my own opinion.
Okay. Okay, that is your own opinion, but she would have just at least ignored him, because if you should check that comments under that comment section, there will still be more. Okay, will she reply? Maybe like 100 people throw insults at her. Will she reply all everybody? Will she have that time? So it's just better she should have just ignored
Now the
him
way
and
she go challenge now.
yeah.
It's that one
Yeah?
that she caught at that moment. She will reply everybody, but it's that one she caught at that moment now.
In a way too, she still
But
somehow fall her hand too.
Solomon, you are somewhat right anyway, especially just when you made that last comment. Because this moment that she has responded to call this guy or dead, it has signaled to people that she's brittle and they can get at her. So now they'll all start now pushing at her. Maybe they'll chase her off because Nigerians, they can be vicious, so vicious.
Of course, now they know that her emotions are weak, that she has weak emotions.
Woman,
she's emotionally weak.
There was a time, I think 2017, when someone took up Madam Obi, especially on this accounting of Nigeria, all this. So if Madam is correcting this thing, if I bring out waiting Madam Obi and that person, they tackled themselves for more than 5 hours talking about the accounting, trying to see. Any public officer, when you overstep, sometimes we still show some kind of humor. Have you not seen pastors sometimes that someone talk and the pastor we go over the
of course like that the freeze
we go over the TV on Sunday and go and cuss at the freeze. The bit that the freeze, we know that's social media content creator. I mean, pastor that you are seen as spiritual father. It will take for sometimes maybe you as a member of the congregation self, you may say you can't do that, but you will see this fatherly figure, the way he be cursing people right from the pulpit. So we are all human, so I understand that. So at least to me, his message is okay. The way he brought it out, you tell you you go and do bad thing when you were messing the country's job. You are using your activities to cause problem for others, and you'll be shouting that someone should come and deliver you. When you wanted to do that, commit that crime against the law of that country, why didn't you think? Why did you think before you do it? You do it and you are now looking for someone to rescue you.
All right, back to you, Solomon.
Yeah, so he said something here. Let's not say because the lady came to had issues, that's ABIKE with somebody the other in some time back, and we will not say that other people are supposed to like everybody are supposed to still take. No, at least the woman herself, she's older than this lady, and in a way it's like a form of correction, because I believe that when you have elders, you look at their life and you see the way they've lived their life, and you see certain things that some corrections you're supposed to make, so some steps you're supposed to take so that you will not make the mistake they made while growing. You watch them, and that is the kind of thing she was still trying to put in, but she was not being tribal, and that lady would have ignored, just like Buhari. Now somebody comes to tell Buhari on his social media handle that Buhari just blast him one kind of wicked Nigerians. So if Buhari go and reply that person now, if Buhari should go and reply, if he's even a celebrity, I would have said, because this one's to get normal social things with na fellow citizen where they will get normal, but this one na political office. Number, in fact, that political space, people in political space are supposed to be the number one role models, number one people to look up to in terms of the way they live their good behavior, good conduct. So if it's Buhari now that did that kind of thing, what are we going to say? So it should have ignored. That is just my own opinion. And for the way Mr. Rational Mind talked, it was his own opinion he was just making. Me, I'm not offended with. He did not insult me. He did not insult me. He just said his own, the way he felt or the way he feels. So
All
Everybody
right.
here is to come and make their own opinion.
All right, thank you, Solomon. Solomon, let me ask you a question. Is Daddy Freeze a pastor? Is he a pastor?
Daddy Freeze, to me, I can't call him a pastor. I can't call him a pastor, but I listen to the things he says there because I can't just call him a pastor, but I listen to, I go on his life and I hear certain things he says, and I agree to him, but I don't see him as a pastor. I just see him like somebody who is trying to just create awareness, as in like make people to know certain things, but not like, I don't see him like a pastor. But he happens to him, he says he's a pastor, and people follow him as their pastor. But to me, I can't follow him as my pastor. I just see him as somebody that there are certain things he comes online to say, and they are real. They are
why you know me follow him as your pastor now? What did you do?
Daddy Freeze. Some kind of things why I don't see Daddy Freeze. I'm not trying to talk bad about him. He's good on his own, but some kind of things why I don't see. Like get one gadget way he did, kind of things will happen there. No, now that kind of person no feel. Even if a person they repent, but for him to still do certain things, I just see
Janos, tell us the thing when you see about that. Wait, no hype. I mean, are you there, Naija? Bet. Yeah.
Even the way so kind of talk way they even talk, say no. Pastor no go. Yeah, somebody this Mr. Thomas just got him what he got his personality, his present personality. He's an influencer now. His present occupation. He's an influencer now. So, and somebody that is still talking about saying certain good things about life.
Solomon, is he not on his fifth or sixth wife now? This Daddy Freeze, is he?
No. To me, I just feel this is his second wife now.
All right.
Yeah, this is his second, and I think by the grace of God, his last wife.
Pastor, we know it manage marriage. Eh?
No.
How you take nothing as last wife? How you take no? He tell you that
because he don't talk things will lead to in divorce, that in first divorce. Like, and if you watch him too, you go see points there for waiting he talks. Okay, certain things when he talk.
Happy at that thing, you know tomorrow.
True, but when I waiting, I just still know for now be that one about tea and this present wife. At least he did very cool with her. They cool with each other and they know the fake.
What's that wife for? Taste buds, you know. So
taste buds. Taste buds. She cooks for him a lot. According to him, she does everything for him, and she's submissive to him and all that.
She's a caterer now, is she not?
Yeah.
Taste
buds. She cooks. And her cheapest food is her pepper soup of 15K.
15K. So how does that work? How do you order pepper soup on Instagram, or is she not on Instagram?
It's a bowl. It depends on the bowl and the liter of. I think they have 2.5 liters. Something like that. But it's in bowl. It's in bowl when you place your
order it on Instagram and then they send the taxi to your house, or how does that work?
A dispatch rider.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That this guy on the play town, you should know. You should be familiar with this. With the way they operate now. You're in Lagos, so you should know what's up with them. She tries. They cook well. She cooks well.
No, all right. Thank you. So,
one man, maybe we can call Daddy Freeze religious commentator.
maybe.
As you, one man, be political commentator, so he's a religious commentator, not a pastor.
You know, Ajade Koko, I've never liked that guy. But what really made, and I used to go and give him hell on his platform until they blocked me. But of course, you know me that I can't help it sometimes. But that time that he went to Hush Pop in Abuja, and it was because that one
in Dubai, not in
Abuja. Sorry, in Dubai rather, because that one had put a few dollars in his pocket, and he was saying, you should be praying that your father should be his driver. He was just running in the mouth. And the one thing I've noticed about him is anytime he comes across anybody that is famous or rich, he starts to pander. Suleiman, Hush Puppy, every criminal in between, Tonto
Oh,
Dike,
oh,
all of them.
mama signing Nikki Koki Kon.
Yes,
Like a riser.
you know, or riser pastor, you know, it's just a ridiculous man, you know, but
No,
you
no.
know.
See, I see him like somebody that, he reciprocates energy. When you come with love, he will bring back that love to you. That's one thing I just see him as. Like, he's not. I don't see him as an ass licker. That the free is not be ass licker. He dey talk anyhow. That kind of man they talk anyhow. I go no say, no, this man no be ass licker. It's not even about the money. No. It's the way you come to him. He will come back to you that way.
And it's extremely abusive for somebody that claims to be a
That guy, you don't want to know who you be. If you don't move, if you do anyhow for inside, he go give you anyhow. That's one of the reasons I said, yeah.
I think he just likes clout. He doesn't care
No.
about
He's not that person of. He's not. No, I don't see him as somebody that chases clout.
No, he's a clout chaser.
No.
The reason why is that all these people is attracted to, what do they have in common? Clout. Whether they are good people or bad people, they all have clouts in common. He doesn't care how you got the clout. He loves people with clouts. That's just
Solomon. That guy can cause. He calls somebody a kodo one day.
He dey cause person mama. He dey cause person mama. You go cause your pastor joy.
Is it because he's a Romanian? You know he's a Romanian.
I even feel it's because of his Yoruba man self. That is why.
Solomon, which kind of pastors na get for Yoruba person? I mean for Naija, where they cause person mama self. Which kind of pastor na get for there?
Cause your generation, cause your pastor joy. There is your you go swear for your pastor.
I remember
Romanians are the Nigerians of Europe.
I remember once when they called Oyedepo a bald-headed fowl. A bald-headed fowl.
Which kind of pastor?
Igunogu.
Unbelievable.
I didn't even know it was half Romanian.
Mental people plenty for that Naija, man.
You see what that guy is
mom
doing?
is Romanian.
He's a certified troublemaker. You see, he go and look at one public figure and try to diminish that person, knowing that the follower will troop in and come and patronize his platform. And before you know, Nigeria like that kind of thing. Now just go and look at one star.
But Ola, Solomon, let me say this, please.
Yeah.
If Nigeria is cursing him, don't he have the right to curse them back? If you see this curse, I follow that the priest. If you see how they curse this guy,
yes,
so I don't curse him. If he's cursing them back, he can curse them back. I will never curse him. Then he can't curse me. But if you curse him, he has the right to curse you back. Nigerians are so toxic.
See, that's what we are saying. Do you know where you go and pick? Okay, look at it this way. You have a man of God, you have a pastor that you honor properly. You see that as a father figure. As a father, you see that person and
as a spiritual father
from nowhere, spiritual father, and just try to rubbish your pastor, say everything against him, just because you believe so much in that man of God. You come back to Daddy Freeze to engage him. So you get involved in a serious argument. Before you know, it becomes rough for fight, and you start exchanging, social media blow. So that's why you see people cursing him and he's cursing them back. And I think he enjoys it very well because that thing brings.
No, he doesn't enjoy it. They even beg him. Some of his church members used to beg him, please. He will not come. When he comes on the live, he will say today that one of his church members, they still call Simply Vic. That's shop. They beg. Yes, now they have
Solomon. Yeah? If he block you, he will say pay 50,000 to unblock you.
People pay.
People pay 50,000 to unblock them. This guy is making hell of money.
And anything that happens, like the way one man comes here to the way he anchors this, he hosts this program on YouTube. He does his own on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. I know, no, Twitter is not among, but these other ones: YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok, he comes on those platforms at once, and anything that happens, if like this article thing that happened today now, that this rumor, he will come up and he will talk about it in the morning. If it's in the morning that happened, then in the evening, maybe in the afternoon, maybe one thing happens in the afternoon, he will come up in the evening and talk about it. That is how he does. And these people will be paying money in other platforms like TikTok to in that his platform to buy stars, to buy things, all these things that would help you, like super chats and all that. So the guy used to cash out where we're on these platforms.
All right. Well, all right. So thank you. So talking about super chats, we don't have that function at the moment. It's temporarily removed. So we're using this buy a coffee function instead, which I want to say a lot of people have been taken up, but I'm not going to say a lot of people have been taken up because it's actually some people that have been taken up that space. And it's the traditional names as always. So let me just bear with me one moment, just to acknowledge. Hold on. So it's essentially. I like to show it on the screen just so yeah, it's essentially Jafar. So Jafar has been doing that. Pretty much. So Jafar has been into there as well, as he always has done every day, and Ayo as well has also been doing that, and then Meadowman as well. Meadowman. So Meadowman is the one that still joins today. So at the top of the leader table in that space, it has to be Jafar or maybe a joint talk with Ayo. So that's Ayo. So it's the Ayo in the comment section. Of course, you can see his name there. So there he is right there, and then from Ayo you go on to Hakim. So then Hakim came in as well. And then you had Jafar, so that's Jafar right there, and Meadowman. So there it is. So if you want to join that list, then click on that link. So thank you one and all to the people who have done that. So thank you one and all to the people who have done that. So let me move the conversation on then to the dulcet tones of a Saki father. So sorry, Solomon, let me move the conversation on to Saki Father. So Saki Father,
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Stay with us. So Saki Father, you are
Solomon, don't run away. You have to stay on course.
You are coming for him, Abi.
So
So
yeah,
So Saki Father, let me kick you off then where I started everybody off, and it's that space of articles, business meeting on one understanding, medical emergency on another. But what is your understanding of this guy just quickly rushing off to France and then taking photos to convince us otherwise? So what are you making of Fanika Ode's assertion that the guy?
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't know about that very space, so I don't know much about what really happened. But I know that sometime in the past, I think PDP said something that Atiku will make some trip in the abroad with this guy, with his vice, to make some consultations, with some people, So because I remember that time that they said something like that in the past. Some of the obedience started saying, you see, Peter has been setting the pace. Peter started visiting a lot of people abroad, and politicians are now taking the route. Something like that, They were trying to cajole the Mikano boys, because they call Atiku supporters Mikano boys,
Because of the generator, Abi.
Yeah, they call Tinubu supporters like Abado boys. That is what they are called on Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah, Abado boys, then Mikano boys, So I don't know, but to me, I will go with what Ajanle Koko said on that space. I don't think that Fani Kayode was painting the correct, true narrative of the whole situation.
Does Atiku not strike you as somebody that is carrying some form of ailment?
Yeah, he's getting old, so it's
and what was going on with the belly as well? And nobody has spoken on that yet. I mean, goodness me.
I think the belly has been like this in the last, even when he was vice president.
All right. Okay.
I think so. He's getting old. He's expected that one way or the other, you know,
Oh yes. That way go.
one, one way,
About Yonde,
one way or the other, he has to look after himself, you know. Um, so those kind of things. But I think this guy, what do we call him?
Atiku.
No, Fani Kayode.
Yeah.
I think he gave a kind of hyperbolic disposition towards what happened. It's just every opportunity calls for a political strategy by the opponent. So to me, I think I will go with Ajanle Koko. If somebody collapsed in Nigeria, an old man for that matter, I think he has to. The first thing they should do is to rush him to the nearest Nigerian hospital and manage him first before going abroad. So I don't think that the first thing to do is to rush him abroad. You know, he could die on the way if that was what really happened. Given the number of the hours you have to travel on the air to just to get abroad. So I think it is exaggerated expression of simple human conditions. You know, so I think it is what Femi Fanikayode did there. So what's all our politics? He just used it like to make some political correctness, you know, at least to in favor of their party, sort of, you know. But I think Fani Kayode should. He seems to talk too much, and if you see a lot of things he has been saying in the past and the way he talks, so whenever he makes comment, people will just bring all his past talks, you know, on Twitter and present him. Were you not the one that said this in the past? Were you not the one that said it, this one here? Were you not the one? So all those things. So he has to be very. He shouldn't talk because of talking sake. People are no longer taking his talk so seriously, you know. So when he makes comment on Twitter, people will just react and say, "We know him. Just give him food, and he will just relax." You know, all those kind of reactions. That is what he normally gets on Twitter. You know. So, but for me, I will go in line with the thoughts of Ajanle Koko. I don't think FFK represented the truth in that very story. That's my take.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Father. Tinubu meets Osinbajo in Abuja. So, what are you making of this?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
Yeah, I naturally want to talk about that very Osinbajo space. You see, Solomon. To me, I think we are Nigerians, and all of us are educated. You know, if you go to the original meaning of education, you know, it came from the Latin word educare, which means to drive out. You know, an educated person should try always to be free from servitude, both in physique, both in thoughts, and both in the way we approach certain issues. You know, the take I have there is that
What is the etymology of the word loyalty? What's the etymology of the word loyalty?
I don't know
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
I don't know the etymology. yeah, but loyalty. When we say loyalty, you know, first, when personal interest, I've always presented it here. When personal interest conflict with national interest, one should give way. We are talking about nation building.
We're talking about a country like Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't belong to any human being. That is what the Constitution says. And when we are singing the pledge, we say, I pledge to be loyal and honest to Nigeria, my country. To serve Nigeria with all my strength. So it's about Nigeria. So when we are talking about this loyalty issue, I don't think it should come always to the political space. And I will give a very logical argument. Today, Solomon, you are supporting someone like Atiku from every of your narrative. But did you know, people always make the argument that Tinubu brought Osinbajo to the limelight. Therefore, Osinbajo should be subservient to him forever. Very wrong. If you are making that same argument, Obasanjo brought Atiku to the limelight, in the political sphere. But yet, as a vice president of the country, he even contested in the same political party with Obasanjo. He wanted to become president, even while he was a vice president of the country under Obasanjo. So if you are making the argument that, because Atiku brought someone like Obi to the limelight, Obi should have tried to be loyal to him, or because Tinubu brought Osinbajo to the limelight, Osinbajo would have been loyal to him. No. Times call for different actions. The time we are in Nigeria.
Thank you, Father. Their instance is different. You can't compare Obi. Let me say this. You can't compare the relationship of Obi and Atiku to the relationship of the Jagaban and the Osinbajo. It's quite different.
No,
quite different.
What I'm trying to say, their relationship, I understand their relationship. Jagaban was the person that made him vice president, right? You have made him vice president.
Saki Father, it's not about being subservient. They already had an agreement. There was an agreement in place.
Yes. Yeah. I want you to read a book written by...
Agreement by who?
No, I want you to read a book written by...
no, Saki Father, this guy can't go free with that thing he just said.
I'm coming.
Agreement. Agreement by who?
Yeah. There is a book I want him to read. Go and read a book written by Harold Laswell in 1936. The name of the title of the book is Politics, Who Gets What, When, and How. Go and read that book. So these things we are talking about, they had an agreement. Which agreement? Nigeria. Are you talking about Nigeria as a private enterprise? Are you talking about Nigeria as a contract where you come and say, let's sign this agreement where it has to bind us? No. Different times calls for different actions. The time we are in Nigeria is a time where Nigeria is almost collapsing. We need whoever will get it right. I've always said it here. If Osinbajo was on this ticket, this political season would have been very interesting. In Nigeria, we never have got this kind of political season in recent history or since 1999. I would have wanted Osinbajo to be on that APC.
Thank you, Father. So you are telling me if Obi and Osinbajo is on the ticket, you will choose Osinbajo?
I've always said it here. That if
my brother,
lie, bros.
No.
You know, go choose Osinbajo.
Big lie.
You guys
for
lie.
Hold on, one at a time.
Wait. One man has always asked me this question here, and I told one man that even before Obi declared, I was saying if AP, because I was thinking APC is a ruling party, there is no way they would allow anybody to win them, to take them off. And I was telling people, my friends, Yoruba people, I was telling them, to me, I think APC should think about like bringing somebody like Osinbajo. I was talking about it even last year. So if they had brought Osinbajo and Obi, I would have been very much indifferent. It would have been very, very uneasy for me to decide. And I answered one man here. I said that my decision will more be influenced by crowd effect. Like if I go on the day of maybe voting and I stand in line, wherever the crowd is going, I will just put my hand there without regretting whoever it becomes, whether it's going to be Obi or whether it's going to be Osinbajo. So I would have wanted APC to feel that kind of person. So you can't tell me that because he made him the vice president, he should allow Dashim Nigeria, and step down for him. I don't see that as betrayal. We're talking about Nigeria. Nigerian image is down in the international community. Do you know? Let me tell you something, and keep my word for this. I'm just trying to give you a kind of hypothesis that has been tested in different countries and it has been proven worthwhile. Do you know that if you announce somebody like our dollar today is like 800 naira against $1? Do you know that if you announce somebody like Osinbajo and said, I hereby announce Osinbajo.
If you announce Tinubu, the naira will bounce too. So don't worry about that. The naira will bounce. But if you announce Peter Obi, the naira will fall further. If you announce Tinubu though, or even Atiku, the naira will bounce.
If you announce Osinbajo, naira we begin to like gain value.
Yes, that's a bounce. Yes.
And if you announce P2B, naira will still bounce.
No, the naira will bounce up. It will bounce up. Is what I'm saying.
What do you mean?
No, because that's how the market responds. The market is listening to everybody's plan, and the market functions.
Let me tell you.
One man, can I interject on that?
Let me tell you one more.
Let me just land my point, and then you can counter it. And then when it counters it, then you come in, play town. But my point is, the market functions on cold facts. Yeah. So the market is going to look at the antecedents of the players, and the market is going to look at what they are promising, and then the market is going to conclude if they're able to decide or not. If Tinubu hold on, let me land it. If Tinubu becomes president, the market will bounce in favor of the economy. If Atiku becomes president, it might be a marginal thing, but if Peter Obi becomes president, the naira will continue to plummet because hold on, because the market has no reason to have confidence in Peter Obi.
Okay, let me tell you if you don't know. I will bring you back. Buhari, when he won the election, what happened to the market? What happened to the dollar when he won the election?
You carry on. I wasn't following the dollar at the time.
Yes, the dollar gained value. I mean, the naira gained value against the dollar. Do you know why?
Yeah, because the investor confidence. Yeah.
No. Because of body language, people perceived this man as somebody that has aura of like anything against corruption. But if you go to his 1983 leadership, I was not born then, I don't know much. But if you go to his during those time, his leadership of those years, I studied him. Go and search in Google the concept of Buharism. It was called Buharism. That word came in during that time, and studied what happened then. You will see that people knew about how he managed the economy in the past, and that his economy management was not even good, But yet, when he was announced, 2015, the dollar gained value. Why? Because people started perceiving, oh, this person is anti-corrupt. This person is against corruption. He's going to fight corruption. He's going to be a STEM.
The dollar or the naira?
I mean, the naira gained value. The naira gained value. Dollar plummeted, sort of. So naira gained value. So I am telling you today that the same reaction might be seen in the people like Obi, Osinbajo. But someone like let me tell you.
You've defeated your argument already before you even go any further. And I'm going on the basis of
let's not
hold
dwell
on.
on that space
No,
because
but you're printing somewhat of a fallacious narrative. And only even going off the back of what you're saying, because you are telling me that the dollar, the naira bounced when Buhari was announced. I have no recollection of that, but I'll accept that for the benefit of the conversation. So that bounce in the naira is based on what is it? Buhari's antecedents when he once managed the Nigerian space in terms of being a disciplinarian and anti-corruption czar and somebody that plays by the rules. It wasn't an economist, as you said, but it was somebody that he projected that toga. Remember, it was under him.
Right.
So it was based on his antecedents. But there is nothing in Peter Obi's antecedent or his forward projection that would inspire confidence from the market. Because the market works on fact, not the brouhaha.
Okay, let me tell you. Oh, no. Tochukwu, I will face one man. I will finish him today. Let me tell you.
Why you finish me? It's a conversation. Don't finish me.
No, I will finish you on issues, on the basis of it, not against your person.
No, go carry on.
But let me tell you, you said something. You also defeated your argument.
Right.
Buhari was perceived as somebody that is not corrupt, right?
Right.
So two qualities, in Buhari affected our naira. One is that Nigerians perceive him as somebody that is not corrupt. Two, again, is that it boosted international investors' confidence because Nigeria in him has something like somebody that has a good image. These two things, right? Now, the same thing can be said about someone like Obi and someone like who was the name again? Osinbajo. I'm talking about the way Nigerians perceive these two people.
Yeah, but that perception is based on their antecedents, is what I'm saying to you.
On the basis of the antecedents,
yes,
Peter Obi managed the space. He
did not. No, forget that. Peter Obi was pedestrian all the way through. And that's why I was saying to you.
I'm not talking about. No. I'm not
by
talking
all
about,
of the matrix of measure, Peter Obi
I'm
is
not
pedestrian.
talking about. I'm not talking about how they manage the economy or how they performed in terms of economics. I'm talking about what their image is projected before international communities, before Nigerians.
No, you are mistaken.
I'm talking about those
images.
Worry.
You are mistaken.
Please let me interject.
Hold on. Let me just land. Let me just reiterate. The market works on cold facts. I think we all agreed on that, and they go on the basis of what is known, not what is all these embellishments and all this rebranding on what is known. And in Peter Obi's antecedent, because everybody have been checking him to find one marquee thing that he has done. There is no marquee thing. It's been pedestrian all the way through his administration. He was what was it called? He was kicked out of office twice, got back twice on the on technicalities. No, hold on. So there is nothing in Peter Obi's history. And when he projects to the future, there is no grand visionary plan that inspires. So there's nothing in Peter Obi's space that inspires confidence.
Anyway, let's not keep.
Can I interject one?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. I think Playtown wanted to come in first. Playtown, come in.
All right, one man. My guy, doing what you know how to do best. All right, so with that space with Obi, yeah, I think I don't know who was the last speaker speaking. Sorry,
Saki Father.
Okay, Saki Father. I think what he was trying to say really is, if you did macroeconomics, what inspires investor confidence in terms of a nation is the body language of the citizens of that nation. So if you listen to all the foreign presentations, CNN presentation of Obi, and what is happening in the obedience movement in Nigeria. If you listen to the economists of UK, if you go and read how they presented the economics of UK, even quoted the phrase "the Messiah." It's in the internet. You can go to Google and Google it. Their last
You are
article,
here again, my brother.
No, now it's online
Oh
now.
my
Am
God.
I making it up? No, I don't. I don't understand what you're saying. But I'm just telling you what's on ground. So but one man, have you seen the article of the Economist of UK last week?
No, I have not. But that sounds like a language they would use. But carry on, yeah.
Okay, here. So the way they are pushing like this biggest black nation in the world, yeah, and what we can feel coming out of that nation is that nation is pushing for this strange guy, this thought force that is not part of the political or whatever, and everybody is placing their hope on the Messiah. This is how the economists quoted it, that Nigeria is seeing this guy as the Messiah. So if you see the image, these foreign bodies with the foreign pose, you saw what Bloomberg did, you saw these foreign bodies, the image they're painting around the 2023 election of Nigeria and around the obedient movements. This is what the investors are seeing. This is what the foreign investors are seeing. They're seeing a nation that's gravitating towards hope, and investors follow hope. That's all investors follow, hope. They will say that for this nation, for the people of this country to be gravitating this man in a messiah kind of form, there is a reason. Millions of people cannot just be fools. So they are reading the body language of the citizenry. And Nigeria is a very interesting nation because because of the population, investors are always keeping eye on that nation. So for the very first time, they're seeing what they have never seen before happen in that nation. We are young people are rooting for a man and carrying the man on their head like
Don't
a
worry.
messiah.
No. Forget all of that.
I'm coming.
Forget.
Woman, before Johnny could come in.
No. Come on, Tony.
Let me learn now.
Sorry.
So, what informs all these things is the word hope, and that is the greatest thing Obi is selling in this election. He is the only candidate selling hope. That's why one man without a structure and without a big party.
No, forget all of the. Forget all of that. No, please.
Let me land one man, please.
No. You can land, but all of those embellishments of and that is why young people, and that is why forget all of. Just stay to the narrowness of the conversation. Don't pad it out with the party lines and all these rehearsed lines. So
no. One more. Let me finish what I'm saying. So what Saki Father was saying is, and you can talk to any economist on this. And funny enough, I've had this conversation with Daddy Freeze. He brought me on his live with one guy that is an economist. I think if you scroll through his YouTube, you might see one of, because he posts the recorded versions of those videos. And this is what Daddy Freeze was also saying, and this is what that guy was also saying. And we seem to agree with that as well. He said that one of the advantages of an Obi presidency is the ripple effect, immediate effect in terms of 24 hours and 48 hours that is going to have on the economy and the mindsets of the investors. This is what the Freeze said, and this is his speech.
No, because I think it's just talking yam. There is nothing. But I
agree one man. But let me finish.
This is the kind of conversation.
No. Let him land. Yeah. So yeah.
I agree. I'm talking yeah. One man, your choice of words are so wonderful. Like I've never heard anybody. So, but that's by the way. Anyway. But what I'm saying honestly is, this is a conversation I've had with people. And one man, if you have any economist by your side or any friend of yours that's in the banking system or
don't worry, half the people on this planet so don't worry, they have plenty already, even on the screen. But
exactly.
All right. I think Ajale Koko wanted to come in, so Ajale Koko come in, and then we hear from Rational Mind.
Yes. I think Obi will have helped himself better, to inform I mean, it will have helped himself better to really inform investors' confidence that if he has been talking on corruption, if he has been talking that yes, he will fight corruption, but there's nothing in his body language showing that yes, this guy wants to fight corruption, because corruption now in that country is endemic. Everybody know that. Everybody's seen that, and that was what helped Buhari. When Buhari won, Naira gained value because of investors' confidence in him. That yes, this guy is going to fight corruption and is going to turn around the economy. It's going to, turn things around so that investors can really operate well in that country. They will have confidence in our economy and invest further. But Obi is not doing that. Rather, what he said is that I'm not going to probe anybody. How would that statement sound to investors around the world?
No, Angelico, can I interject on what you just said? Sorry.
Before you interject, let rational mind come in with this input. You have that interjection, and then Saki Father can have the closing. You can wrap it up.
I think I just want to say something. What I wanted to say was other thing, but when Angelico said something about, he said what the words of Obi was that you won't close the shop and go start chasing after the criminals. So that's what he said. You won't close down the shop and stuff. So meaning what he's trying to say is that I won't go back and start investigating people from the past and just leave for governance to rot and just to suffer just because I want to. But he said he's going to put in place check and balances that would going forward from his administration.
Are you rephrasing what he said?
No, that's what he said. He said.
No, that's what he said. That's actually what he said.
He said, I won't close shop and go chase after. I won't close shop and start chasing after criminals. But he further elaborated a little bit.
Interpret that.
Well, you can interpret it in any ways.
Okay.
Yeah, you can interpret it in any way. You can say, yes, he's not going to do anything about corruption. But he said one thing. He said, we'll cut down on governance. And that is what I think Kolata was saying in the comment section. He's going to cut down on governance. He's going to cut down on spending, which is another thing that could really also send tsunami into the system, in the economic system. Because if you say you're going to cut down, more like you're going to create a kind of like an austerity kind of economic policy, then that needs to be further. That's why we need to people need to sit him down and ask him questions. When you say you're going to cut down cost of governance, are you saying you're going to put some austerity measure in place whereby you won't spend? And when you don't spend, how will people have money to spend? How would money go in circulation that will prop up the economy? And so these are some of the things that would really boost the investors' confidence, because they want to see liquidity in the system. So when you are restricting it, you're tightening your noose around it. Then like somebody said, which I am yet to verify, that when this guy won, that the Naira got.
I'm looking to verify that as well, because
I don't know about that.
I'm not sure that was the
because this was the same guy who took about 6-7 months before he could even appoint key people in the ministry, give portfolios, and that was how the Naira crashed. It crashed from that point because it took his time to appoint people. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: you see, we need to start. We need to start querying these candidates. Is it Tinubu? Is it Obi? Is it Atiku? Their policies. That could give us an idea of what might possibly happen, how that is going to reflect on the economy, how that's going to, what's going to be the reactions of investors. So that's I think that's what we should be talking about.
Rational mind.
Obi said he will
Rational mind, sorry.
All right. Hold on, everybody. Sorry. Thank you, Rational Mind. Let's take
I wanted to interject, please.
Yeah, let's take Playtown's comment and then we come back to you, Sakifada. So Playtown.
All right, I wanted to address what Jaliko was saying. Jaliko, good evening. You're there, right?
No, he's listening.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Good. So you said he is not pushing corruption, anti-corruption. I think that is even what got Obi most of the fans he's enjoying right now from way back that he's been going around making talks. He stands on the issue of governance. He stands on the issue. He said clearly at Harvard University that everybody should go back to Anambra and investigate his tenure. That if they find anybody under his government that stole money, that they should come with proof and he will stop campaigning. So, for someone, Tinubu cannot make that kind of statement. For someone that is pushing that kind of narrative and is saying that he's going low on corruption, I think the whole idea about an OB is the whole idea of the whole, nothing like contract parting, nothing like all this rubbish they're doing inside government. And that's the point. And with what my brother said, that he said he's not going to close his shop and chase criminal. I think as an investor, that's what I want to hear. As an investor, I want to see a guy that is saying that his administration will not tolerate corruption inside his administration during his time. So immediately he gets there, he closes the door to whatever have happened before. He does not want to go and cause chaos in everywhere, fighting corruption. Corruption is fighting back, and there is chaos everywhere. He closes the door, but what is assuring you that as far as he is in command, that corruption will not happen under him. So this is a guy that's not coming to start causing war everywhere. He's coming, he's shutting the door over whatever has happened before, and he wants to start creating from scratch. And he's guaranteeing that under him,
so
what happened before is not, I'm coming, let me land. That under him, what happened before is never going to happen. You guys, as an investor, I don't think I'm looking for someone that will close down his shop and is running from pillar to post, chasing criminals that stole before he even bought that shop. I want a shop owner that buys a shop and gets into the shop and starts doing business with me, the investor, immediately, assuring me that while we are now doing this, our business, I am the new sheriff in town, and whatever you have heard about this shop before now, that you're not going to hear it. I've installed CCTV cameras now. No thieves are going to come on board again. This shop is now stable. You know what I'm saying? Now sit down from day one, let's start doing business. Not the shop owner that will buy a new shop and come in and say, you know what, investors, wait, I heard people stole from this shop before. Sit around and come in. Let me go and chase them. Let me go and chase them outside. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the point he was. I'm coming, one man.
No. It's a
one man. Let me land.
It's a pedestrian. Hold on now. It's a pedestrian point. But carry on. But I think we've heard you. I think you've landed already. But
yeah.
Okay, round it off here.
Let me just round it off with your very. You have a very, very fascinating word you usually use, pedestrian. I would like you to go and check the Singapore guy. There's something he usually hits whenever he talks. He says that great things are built by doing ordinary things in extraordinary ways. When on all the forum that they've asked him how he's transformed Singapore, he said that he didn't wave any magic wand, that he did the simple, common, right things that nobody ever wanted to do, not extraordinary things. The problem of Nigeria are not extraordinary things. They are just ordinary things that people have refused over decades to do.
That's not true. What you are saying is not true. There are a lot of extraordinary things that you have to do in Nigeria to get Nigeria right. The constitutional problem must be stopped. That one is extraordinary. And it will take a lot of hard work. Hold on. That will take a lot of hard work to do by any president. So don't say the Nigeria is not this and that. There is no extraordinary thing to do in Nigeria. A lot of extraordinary things to be done to get Nigerian right, particularly on the side of
you're taking that word out of context. You're not putting it in.
Clearly, he's taking it out of context, but I don't want to go back and forth.
You're taking it out of context. Extraordinary would mean that It's not something that is far up in the heavens.
I said something clearly. Let me say it again.
Okay.
I said doing ordinary things in extraordinary ways. That's what I said. All right. Thank you.
All right, carry on, Ajalekoko.
I think.
No, I make my point. It's okay.
All right, back to you, Saki Father.
Yeah, thank you, my brother, Playtown. Your presentation is quite good. That is how we reason. One man.
Yeah, it was long on rhetoric, short on substance. It's long on rhetoric, short on substance.
One man doesn't like to hear all this. He doesn't like to hear all this.
That is how we reason. So
no. Funny enough. I really think one man is so smart, and I think he's one of the smartest people hosting any show online. Trust me, I've been to a couple. You know what I'm saying? And I actually know what one man knows. I know one man knows the right thing where he hears it, but he's been, and trust me, one man, I cannot even do what you're doing. It takes a lot of smartness to do what you're doing, to put a conversation going on back and forth. You know when to tweak it, when not to go up. That's really crazy. Trust me, I'm a big fan of that.
You can butter me up all you like, but you are still
there he goes again.
You are still talking yam. You are still talking yam. But a man that doesn't talk yam, Saki Father.
What's the name? What's the name of? Is it Prince or what's his name?
Playtown.
Oh, you finished cooking the yam. You finished cooking the yam. Don't worry, one man will eat your arm very well with butter.
All right, carry on, Saki Father. No, he's a nice guy. Yes.
There are two things I want to correct. I think Rational Mind said it. Rational Mind, when you say cutting down cost of governance, that doesn't actually mean the way some people understand it. They might think when you cut the cost of governance, you are going to mop up liquidity from the system. No. Suppose you cut the cost of governance in places where there are wastages. Then the money you get from those places, you channel it to sectors of priority. For instance, our education sector is receiving something like 3%. For instance, I'm giving an example. Then maybe the wastages from the government administrators, they are taking like maybe 30%. Suppose you cut down those wastages, but this very wastage you have been able to gather, you now channel it to education, increasing education to something like maybe 10% or 15% or 20%. Have you mopped up liquidity? No, you have not mopped up. So cutting cost of governance doesn't mean that the money will not be circulating.
That is why we need to press him on that and let him be more.
Yes,
no. He has spoken to that honestly, and to be fair, I really think some people are not being fair to this guy. You need to listen to him more. Some people
I listen to that. If I didn't listen to him, I won't be telling you what I listen. PlayStation, Playtown.
Yeah. I'm listening.
If I did not listen to him, I will not be quoting his word verbatim, just the way he said it. That I won't close down shop. Don't get me wrong. I have a spot within me for Obi. Doesn't make him my candidate. Don't get me wrong. I'm just
but do you know? But do you know that this education thing this guy talked about now, Obi has said it exactly like this.
Yeah, I know.
He's going to move some things from the wastages and put it into critical sectors. He has said it.
But you see, that's what I'm saying.
But now you said that he has not said it, that he needs to be drilled more. That's why I told you that maybe you are not listening to him well enough.
We need to press him. It's easier to say that. He has not said to us how much he's going to.
No. He has even said what he did in Anambra, how he was able to pay off 10 years. I'm coming, my brother. I'm coming now. Wait, I'm coming. Let me land. He told you that he was able to cut some waste and use it. He said that when he started paying off pensions that are 10 years over before he came on board, that people came to him and was asking him, Mr. Governor, where are you getting all of this? We know we don't have this money in this state. Where are you getting all this money that you're using to pay 10 years old pensions and everything? You're paying everything off. He told them that it is that same cost, those same wastages that you guys would have wasted in this government that I saved. That's what I'm using to do this magic. This thing people are calling magic now. You're telling me I didn't print money. I don't work in CBN. I'm putting it in critical sectors. That is same money he put to saving. That's same money he used to clear salaries and arrears that are way long there, accrued long before he came on board. So
Oh
these are
God!
not.
Don't worry about all that. These are just made up stuff now. Don't worry. These are just
It's not made up stuff now. One
no,
man.
no. Hold on.
I'm from within the system.
No, hold on.
So let's ask one man. What do you know to the contrary?
No. When I'm saying made up stuff, I'm not especially questioning the veracity of what he said. I don't know it to be fact or fiction, but really, it speaks to that. It says I use the word pedestrian, but those are really pedestrian stuff. You know, let me tell you.
One man. When someone that is related to you, that is a grandmother that has been owed her salary for the past 20 years, is and this guy comes on board and clears it. By the time you meet that old woman, that I don't think that old woman is going to share in your pedestrian narrative.
No, don't worry. That's all very nice and lovely and very cozy. And it's
these are not small things. We are looking down on these things. Nigerian people are suffering. Very little things are their problem. These guys cannot afford food. There's a lot of people suffering in this country.
You don't want to
this
hear
country
it,
is
Abby.
about. It's
You
not
don't
about
want.
coming to speak English.
All right.
People need
If
to
you
be
don't
taken
want to
care
hear
of.
it, then if you want to hear it, I can tell you. But if you don't want
go
to hear
on,
it,
go on.
look, I'm saying that what you're saying is pedestrian stuff. It's pedestrian stuff that they move some money from wastages by cutting his staff from 5 to 3, and then this, that, and the other, and then so that's nice, and that's administrative stuff. So the cost of cutting governance is part of the spaces that the country has to tackle. But really, where the country has to tackle is to find areas and think clever to expand very, very quickly and very, very rapidly the economic base of that country. So all of the things that Peter Obi is saying, there are things that are necessary and must be done on that pathway, yes, but those are base level stuff. After that, and those are low-hanging fruits, by the way. All of these things that he's saying, they are low-hanging fruits.
That's why I say short term and immediate impact.
Doesn't
mean there's no long term.
I do understand all of that, but those are low-hanging fruits, and those are not innovative or inspired anything. Those are
with the situation we are in Nigeria right now, we must
if you
get
don't
to the
want to
low-hanging
hear
fruit first.
Yes, but
someone must get there before. People are dying every day.
Okay. Oh no, don't worry. It won't let me. So let me just give.
No, continue. One man. Sorry.
What I'm saying is those are low-hanging fruits. Those are really they're not non-issues, but they're not the real thing that needs to happen. So right across the board, everybody has the understanding that the country is over-bloated administratively, and in terms of corruption, it's gone from an epidemic to a pandemic. It is just completely unsustainable. So the cost of governance, it has to be slashed pretty much and gotten rid. The country is overweighted in terms of the cost of governance to an alarming 80, probably even 85%. So that level of just waste and fraud, that itself is a significant piece of savings. And if you take all of that money and repoint it, so that immediate impact. So that is what you are saying, that's doing the simple things and all. So all of that is known. So there's nothing really just wow about this. Nobody's wowed. But where the country really needs to be is to understand more intricate nuances globally, like some of the language that Tinubu was speaking about, the global warming space there, that he was saying that within that space, if it was going to be a trade-off for fossil fuel generation of industrialization, if there's going to be that payoff, then the Western space has to equibalance either first in terms of technology transfer, and additionally financial commensurate financial somewhat compensation. So these are.
But one man, that is the narrative of almost all African leaders. Have you listened to them?
But that's not Peter Obi. That's not Peter Obi's narrative. So all of these things that Peter Obi, they're just low level, just pedestrian stuff.
But one man, let me take you up on this. What you just said. Right. many, if not many months ago, many months ago. I think myself and somebody here, maybe Ajale Cook or somebody else, we were talking about this whole thing about with climate change. I listened to yesterday. I heard you when you were. I was being back. I was working. I heard you when you were talking elaborately about what even Tinubu did not even say in that little small speech that he gave. I was like, why are you spinning this thing? So like making. Of course, he spoke. He addressed it. Somebody asked that question. But then I remember some months ago when we were discussing about this, when Pat Tommy, he had this interview on channels, and I brought it up here. And we're talking about you just sideline it like, oh, it's not necessary. That guy talked too much. He talks this. And then Tinubu is talking about it now. Now suddenly it becomes, a talking point. It's something. Oh, Tinubu is not a messiah. Why we always like this, man? I agree with you that climate change is a big issue, and somewhat he talked about it in a way any African leader should, or any leader that really wants the good of his country. That is how he's supposed to talk. And then he spoke on that, even though he didn't go too much into details like he went into details yourself. But what I'm trying to make you understand is this. I know Obi was honest when he was asked. He said, well, I don't know anything about it, but I think we're going to do something about it. On his team, he has Pat Tommy, who was talking about a certain amount of money that the African leaders can access to bring about afforestation in the Sahel. And then suddenly you just push it aside. Many months ago when we're discussing that here. So you see, I agree with you that maybe like he said, honestly, he talked about it yesterday, that he said he doesn't know anything about that area, but he has somebody on his team who is already talking about it. You yourself, you just push aside it last time we talked about it some months ago. So one man, you see, for me, I just believe everybody has something to say. I give it to Tinubu. He addressed it in some ways, and that is what I want to hear. And that is what we're supposed to be talking about here.
But we're not hearing any.
And funny enough, he's right. Tinubu is actually right.
Oh, of course, he's right. Yeah,
people that are, when people were talking about the whole church rat thing, I was just laughing. Like he made sense. He would just use that was just a figure of speech.
That's an analogy. But you know the obedience now. You know what they're like. They will never come out of. We are talking about policies. We're talking about nuances, and they are still at that space where they say certificate. They're still doing where they say certificate at this latter. That space. It reminds me of the Nnamdi Kanu space when they fixate on one storyline and they start to look around.
I think that space will always have occupants. It's just for the rest of us to move on. But there has to be an occupant of those spaces. We can't do anything about it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Saki Father, for allowing that. So back to you, Saki Father.
Playtown, they don't attack you for the comment too.
Why?
They say this PlayStation one day do over Sabi.
It probably maybe some of my obedient brothers.
Yeah. So one man, just before I was interjected, like I was addressing Solomon Peter, what Osinbajo owes nobody, any loyalty when it comes to national interest. We are at a certain point in our country where everybody is tired. We are looking for the right leaders. If Osinbajo is gonna be the right leader, why not? He should offer himself. He should offer himself for this thing. After the primaries, everybody has accepted defeat. Life will still go on. So I wouldn't want people to come and say he betrayed Tinubu. He's supposed to be very loyal to Tinubu, because Tinubu was the person that made him what he is today. No. If you are talking about maybe making you what you are by virtue of maybe somebody helped you in the past, giving you money when you were nobody, that doesn't mean that the person has to always remind you of those pasts and want you to be a slave.
Father,
yeah.
Can we also respect others' opinion? So let me say this, please. Yeah. I count him as a Judas, as is Iscariot. you are not say you say you don't want people. So you should respect others' opinion as well.
No,
I respected yours now, but don't say people can say that. It's their opinion.
No,
but respecting your opinion does not mean you cannot interrogate it now.
I'm respecting your opinion. You understand what I mean? But
so one more create chance for me before I lose my thought of my reason of thought. I don't know what to say.
I'm respecting your opinion. But remember when I started, I said there is something education should have always done in all of us. You understand? Maybe if it is someone that is selling market in main market on each other, that is reasoning certain way at times, like, okay, you help me, I have to be slave to you. I will understand it. But when we are bringing national issues, I think we shouldn't trade national issue on no account. Should we even trade national interest? We cannot sacrifice it at the altar of one person's interest. That's my point there. So if Osinbajo, would, if Osinbajo had come out here,
Thank you, Father. You are telling me now that Osinbajo going out there is for national interest.
You said what?
Not his own. You are telling me now that Osinbajo to win that ticket, if he win that ticket, is going there on a national interest. It's not going on his own personal interest. Are you telling me that?
I'm talking about how people perceive the candidature. If Osinbajo is on this ticket and Tinubu is on this ticket, believe you me, our Yoruba brothers here will be leaning more towards Osinbajo in this era. I'm telling you the truth, without any equivocation. If Osinbajo was on this ticket and Tinubu was on this ticket,
sorry, let me disagree with you. I'm not speaking for the totality of Yorubas, but certainly from my Yoruba outlook, from whatever space that my talk space is within the Yoruba broader space, I'm not sure that people. You have to understand that people see Tinubu as somewhat of a real big character. Somebody, because when people say all of these things, it's not necessarily for reasons of that is a Yoruba man or not. People actually see in him somebody with a real sharp brain, with an astute instinct for people, and somebody that has is probably got the best credentials in terms of the Nigerian politician that there has ever been. So achievement is transformed Lagos, whether anybody wants to concede that or not. They are doing Lagos has a metro system now, probably the first in West Africa. If certainly, I'm sure they have one in Egypt. And it's just so this is a guy that has just boundless capacity and demonstrably so. So I don't think anybody would see Osinbajo as. I think people are confused by Osinbajo's grammar speaking.
Can I ask you a question, one man?
Carry on.
One man, the first time I came to this space was when they were still doing primaries. Remember? Pre-APC primary election. People here were permutating. Who is this ticket going for? Is he going to go for Asiwaju? Is he going to go for Osinbajo? Is he going to go for someone like the governor of Ekiti State? Is it Ekiti State? This guy,
Fayemi,
yeah. People were permutating, and we were here discussing people's views. A lot of opinion molders on this platform, Kulata and the likes. A lot of them on this platform, we are wishing it were someone like Fayemi or Fashola or Osinbajo. A lot of opinion molders before that primary election, we are wishing, that hey, if APC should bring this person or this person or this person, people were even saying, I think Tinubu should just allow people like this person to come out. And a lot of my Yoruba friends I know that time, prior to that primaries, they were like, why don't APC bring somebody like Osinbajo or somebody like Ifeanyi, people that have intellect, like they are seeing it from the angle of maybe these people that had PhDs and people that have a kind of image, you know. They were even saying that they are afraid of this godfatherism and those of other things prior to the primaries, you know. So I'm telling you, if these people had fielded Osinbajo, a lot of people, you know, a lot of people will easily gravitate towards Osinbajo. Osinbajo is a product that, you know, that will be very easy to market.
That's why you let me in, one man. That's why you let me in, sir. Please.
Okay. All right. Let's hear from you, Tony. Yeah, let's hear from Tony. Yeah, let's hear from Tony, and then we'll move on. Yeah, Tony. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, and then we then concluded that after all, Osinbajo is part of the government. That all what he had in his brain, what did he, you know, and then as head of the Economic Advisory Council. So we then concluded that, okay, at the end of the day, we are not rooting for Osinbajo. That we need somebody that is capable, that has been tested, and I mean, that's why we decided to say, okay, if there's going to be election at all, let us go for Tinubu because of his antecedents.
Yeah.
Then to the other point that you guys were dealing on, earlier on regarding the you see the problem of the, who is more solid between Obi and our Jagaban, in terms of foreign politics. You know that what I was trying to say to the audience and everybody, good evening, everybody, is that that the Western countries, all these economics you guys have been quoting as picking Obi out of the rest candidate to be more, more tangible, whatever, or more capable rather, is that they are looking for somebody that is, like as a camel that they can ride on. You know what I'm saying? So they wouldn't pick Tinubu because they know that that guy is, he meant, that he means well for us, that he wants to rescue us. Forget about his age. You know what I'm saying? So they will fear somebody like Tinubu, and then once to the audience again, once the Western countries, of which this economics and then the Bloomberg are the agents of, they would rather want to choose somebody that they can be able to control. So they don't mean well for us. So we should not listen to them because they don't want the betterment of the black people. So they want to keep the status quo where they can come and they take all our resources and then impose all their useless climate laws. I'm talking to rational mind now. You know what I'm saying? But yesterday, Tinubu sent a very big message to them, briefly that man, you guys should be prepared. Not only in the area of climate change, economic, foreign policy, everything is going to change. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I always say that Tinubu is Obasanjo reincarnate. Thank you, woman.
All right, thank you. Thanks. No, please. Let me just say one thing because it's happened about 2-3 times now. First with Thomas, then with Solomon, and now this. You must respect people's opinion. You don't have to agree, but don't go after them for having that opinion. But sacrifice that, round out that space, and then I'll move on to Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah. I understand. So the person that just said now said we later concluded. I remember that even 1 month to 2 months, 1 month after that very primary, on this platform, I asked a question. I asked Kulata a question. I said, Kulata, if today, with all these achievements you've railed about what Tinubu did in Lagos, if today we had option of at Tinubu and Osinbajo, who will you, Kulata, who will you lean towards? Kulata said it is Osinbajo. He said it. I asked him that question a month after that primaries. So I'm telling you that we should all know that somebody like Osinbajo would have been so easy to market to Nigerians. It would have been so easy. People would have even dwelt on the fact that the little time Buhari left,
Osinbajo would have been a backward step for that country, as Peter Obi would be. You know.
You don't like Peter, that is the issue.
No,
So
no, I don't hold against him personally, but I think we're being gamed. I think they are trying to game us. You know, I think we're being somebody is trying to use a sleight of hand. Unfortunately, it would not work. But somebody is certainly trying to use a sleight of hand on the Nigerian space. You know, trying to rebrand this guy that is just a lumbering, just hop along sort of person.
okay. Anyway, that's your opinion. Everybody has their different opinion. You know?
One man, that guy you're talking down on, if you go and check his private life and see what he have achieved, a dumb brain cannot achieve that.
Don't worry, he came from wealth. He came from
no,
wealth.
he didn't. He didn't come from wealth.
What do you mean?
His mom was a restaurant cook. Was a restaurant cook.
Peter Obi did not come. What are you talking about?
No. Whoever is talking, I can give you a history of his family.
He came from wealth. Don't argue this thing.
No, my brother.
Okay,
it's fine.
Listen, the last thing you are going to expect from me in this platform is to come with false information. The last thing I'll do.
We know he comes from wealth now.
He came from Nado. The name of the mom is Nado. Nado Bread. She has a very small bread bakery somewhere at Onitsha, and then she cooks as well in the front. And it's not a poor family, but then it's not a wealth, not a middle class family.
Go and research.
Actually, Peter B's, I know them very well. Actually,
the middle class family.
No, actually, Peter B's parents, they had one kind of restaurant.
Yeah, the mom cooks.
In
Ozoma
Agala, you know, that way on it.
So this guy knows him then.
No,
he's a middle class family.
Don't worry. His father was a millionaire. We all know that. But let's go on from there. But don't worry. We are not going to be sold this abracadabra something. Well, I certainly will not be sold. But whoever wants to be led down a garden path, then be led. But certainly not me, and hopefully certainly not Ajale Koko as well. So Ajale Koko not to be led down a garden path, but let us lead him in the direction of our Tinubu's meeting with Oshibanjo. So Ajale Koko to that space. All right, we don't appear to have Ajale Koko.
Thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Yeah, it's a meeting that is long overdue. Campaign is about to commence, and I think they are putting head together to see how they can structure their campaign team, or maybe to infuse some vice president team into the campaign team, and then move forward to the battle against PDP. So, but people thinking that these people have anything against each other, I think they could be wrong and they could be right. They could be right because we saw the way that Tinubu acted after the election, even though he won the primary. He acted like a person with unforgiving heart when he didn't greet the vice president sitting by president. He greeted the president and the president's wife and others and snubbed the vice president and walk away, only for the speaker to walk up to him and said, Oga, the vice president is there now. This is very bad. Camera is showing what is going on here, and it's going to be very ridiculous. And he have to walk back and greeted him. And as a matter of fact, Osinbajo did not hold any grudge with him, against him. On that very day that is not Osinbajo, Osinbajo was stretching out his hand. He was trying to give him the respect, trying to stand up and then shake his hand, and he snubbed him and walk away. That's a man, he displayed unforgiving heart right there, and it's very bad of him. I know some people have said a lot of lies here. So, Tinubu is a man that forgives people. He doesn't take grudges, but he showed one on the live television that we watch. What does he want? You have won the primary. What has that guy done wrong to him? Simply because he contested an election.
Please. The tension was still high that day.
Forget
so
about tension.
Is
Tinubu a small boy? Is he a small boy?
Wait. The tension is still high that day. You can't compare that day to now.
Hold on.
The tension has mellowed down now. That's what I'm going to say.
This is what you, Yoruba, some of you, or not only even Yoruba, even the Igbo, some of us Nigerians, we want to give some excuses for bad action or bad behavior and for somebody that we love. Tinubu is a person, is a matured man, a leader. Election was conducted, you already won, and you went round to greet only for him to snub the vice president. For what? So, and to...
No, Ajale Kuku, you are wrong. They haven't, he hasn't won. The counting is still on. The election is still, the counting is still on.
Okay, I will give...
Go and watch that video.
Okay, fine. You could be right, but that action by him was a very ridiculous action, was an action of a man with a bad heart, a man that can hold grudges against others, an old man for that matter. That was very, very bad. And that shows that he's a very unforgiving heart person. So if somebody offend him, can't you forgive? So, and that guy stood up. He stretched out his hand to greet, and you snub him publicly. Very bad action. So for people to now, some people calling him betrayer or betray or this and that, I want to ask them a question. Is it the right thing for us to worship godfatherism in politics in Nigeria? Should we continue to support godfatherism or, approve people to worship godfatherism against the interests of the people? So I don't know if anybody likes that. But to me, I think what Osinbajo did to contest the election, he is number 2 already in the country. And there's nobody on earth that I've ever seen where democracy is practiced to be in number 2. And when his boss is leaving the stage, he want to relegate himself and go behind somebody. It's never done anywhere. I've never seen where it's done anywhere. So if this guy have that, is showing loyalty to the country against goddamn unity that some of you are calling him to show to godfatherism, is showing loyalty to the country, loyalty to serve the country, why should he be condemned? Why should he be called, what do you call him? Betrayer or Iscariot?
Iscariot.
I mean, that is not good. This is a cool guy. I might not like the administration the way they run the country, but to show a man with good heart, a man with a man with good heart, a man with humility. When Tinubu was walking towards him while he was sitting with the president, and he tried to stand up, was actually standing up and stretching out his hand. He didn't. That's a show of respect. Vice President of Nigeria showing a respect to you, and you snub him. You people should call spade a spade. Disrespecting Osinbajo is disrespecting the nation. It's disrespect to us as people, because it's our number 2 citizen.
No, yeah, but Osinbajo is not the president, so
no, he's a number 2 citizen. It's disrespecting us.
Yeah, so
it's disrespecting us. It's a disrespect. That what Tinubu did was a disrespect to us as citizens. How would it feel? Why must we want to condone nonsense behavior and stupidity? Stupidity by an old man. It was very bad.
Can I buttress your point?
Yes, thank you.
You see, like you rightly said, what people should know about this, that we are talking of patriotism here, not an individual team. When you look at it, we can be two. When it comes to politics, my boss and myself, we can have different opinion on how the country should be run. Now, within myself, I may have some kind of disagreement with my boss. For example, we all know that Tinubu is corrupt and is likely to gather some corrupt people. Within me, even though if I'm not saying it out, and I know that, okay, maybe I disagree with this boss, that if we leave this country for this guy to continue, oh my goodness, I believe maybe this country will go down. And I have a stake in this country. And I have my generations to come to that we have stake in this country. I won't, because of an individual that I think can run the country like grand, if that's my belief. And I will say, because it's my boss, that I will not come out. It is my duty as a citizen to come out and support what I think is going to be the best interest of that country. That's what I can see in what Osinbajo did. It's unfair to call him a Judas, because every Nigerian, irrespective of where you come from, should have your own idea of how the country should be run successfully. So that's what Osinbajo did. And for Tinubu to snub him, is snubbing the position, because sometimes we look at the human being there, we forget that that is an institution, the way it's representing an institution. So what Tinubu did that time is shown our number 1 institution. Whether that guy is the vice president,
Osinbajo is not representing an institution, is representing an office. Buhari represents an institution. Yeah, but it's just a vice president. It's not the president. So the president represents the nation, and so there's no president. Well, yeah, whatever. But more to it, Osinbajo is just a vice president. So it wasn't launching against Tinubu, Buhari. So I mean,
no. For example, a vice president is a potential president.
Yeah, we all know that. So that's not something nobody.
So and the position that Osinbajo is occupying is constitutional. It's not as if they just pick him like someone like Atiku or whatever. So he should at least lead by an example and respect that position. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that when they go out into their political thing that they will not respect their level there. But at that particular point in time, a leader should be able to set signal to those people that will come after him that, okay, this is how to do things. We don't do these things wrong way. So a leader should always lead by good example. Thank you, Ajale Koko.
All right, thank you, Ola. So Ajale Koko, well, irrespective of any material, so there's peace in our time at last. So whatever happened, it looks as though they buried the hatchets.
Yeah, but yes, I'm going to comment, but let me try to throw let me kick against all what you and Thomas have been saying against this guy, and on the argument that he making what he is today, hey, give him appointment. Why didn't he go and get one of his family to go and be the Attorney General of Lagos State? Why didn't he, if he have anybody capable in his own family that is capable to transform the judiciary of Lagos State, why didn't he go and get that person? He picked Osinbajo on the basis that this guy is qualified for the job. And this guy has been coming a long way with, what do you call him? What do you call this? Campaign for democracy and all this human rights activism as well during the June 12th. He knows him. He knows his capacity. He knows that this guy is very intelligent guy. And that is why he picked him for the job. And he didn't disappoint the state. He transformed the judiciary system of Lagos State to what is a model to a lot of states in Nigeria today, to what Tinubu is taking the credit for. What are you guys talking about? A lot of things that he did to save Tinubu in his legal battle when they were battling him for his certificate trouble. If you guys want to claim that this guy, Tinubu make him, he did a lot of things to help Tinubu too. It's not, and even though that he picked him to, he knew that it's well qualified. He knew that this is guy that will not disappoint the nation for that number 2 position. So what is because he pick him for vice president, and therefore that does not qualify him to contest for the position of president. That is not, I don't buy that from you guys. So let's put that one aside just to attack position of one man and Thomas. So today they have met. It shows that they have resolved everything, and campaign is will commence very soon, and I believe they are going to do it together. So they are one family. He, as a man with good heart, will not wish Tinubu not to win that election. He will, I believe, in the heart of his heart, he has let that contest, lost. That one is bygone. I believe he will give the strongest of the strongest support to Tinubu to win that presidency. So it's not left for Tinubu. Maybe he will still make use of him for some assignment when he becomes president. It's not left for Tinubu to do that or not. So, but he's a man with full potential. He couldn't get it today. It doesn't mean that tomorrow he cannot still be the president of Nigeria. He still have good years, just in the 60s, he's just 60 years old. So that's my take, one man.
All right,
one man.
Yeah.
You said this news about Tinubu and what's his name? Osinbajo. Where did you see the news from? Because I've been scouring through the internet. I've not seen any news like that.
Hold on. Do you have a screen in front of you?
Yes, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the screen right now.
All right. Let me share this with you. Hold on. So here it is. Tinubu meets Osinbajo, and it's more a pictorial sort of news item than anything else, and it's from Niger News this space. So you can see not only the words but the actual pictures of it. So there it is. That's the meeting right there, and then it goes on to a series of photos that was released regarding that meeting. So you can see it again and again. So there it is.
Okay. To Thomas, what did you say? You see the video? You say you watched it.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Oh man, why do you have to always? I mean, I'm asking Thomas. I just want to know where he said he saw the video.
You sound like I didn't see you want to debunk something. That's why it sounds like.
No. I didn't see the video. Rational man, let me say.
I mean, you see the photo. So what more?
No. Thomas, you said at the beginning that I also saw it. I also saw the video.
No. You are not listening to me very well.
I didn't listen to you.
Let me speak now.
Okay, go on now.
Yeah, the one I said.
Thomas said there was
the picture.
Yeah.
Thomas the one I saw.
Let me say what you. Hold on, sorry, Thomas. Let me say what you said in order to identify that rational mind was not listening to you, but I was. But what Thomas said was that in addition to what I was showing, that there was a meeting that actually took place today, where in ABUJA, in Aso Rock, where Obasanjo Tinubu attended, maybe even said he gave a speech, and that Yemi Osinbajo was the first person to greet him, and then they went on to sit together in the course of that visit to Aso Rock. Was that what you said, Thomas?
I don't need to say anything. You are right.
So there it is. So you were not listening to him. Is the thing, rational mind. So
okay, all right, no problem.
You say this is rational.
I mean,
mind.
I heard him say I saw the video. I mean, that's what I heard from him. I was okay. Maybe since you elaborated more, like maybe I didn't hear that part then. Okay.
Yeah. So back to Ajale Koko.
I finish on that. The Osinbajo.
All right. Let me take you to China then. But then when we are going to China, we don't actually have to pass Lagos Airport because China has come to us to install a police station on our grounds. So what are you then making then of the China opening a police station in Nigeria? So this is being widely reported, and I was alarmed, but people are actually reporting that this is what they're doing around the world. What are you making of that, Ajale Koko?
Where is the police station located?
Well, they're saying it's in Edo State, from what I've gathered.
Peace in the
there you go, you see. And World Peace is in Japan, and they are chasing you. Look at this man.
World Peace. Yeah. Well, I think we don't know. A police station. I don't know how they are going to do it. Nigeria, I don't think Nigeria will allow them to operate police station within Nigerian territory. I don't think so, because that is a violation of our sovereignty as a country. They could have it in their embassy, but outside their embassy to have police station and have their, who would they be working with? How would they be able to conduct the operation? I mean, I don't know.
It's targeted especially towards Chinese nationals who are causing trouble around the world. So that's really what they are saying the reason is.
Well, I think even if that has to happen, if they have to build a facility for that reason, that there are citizens that are causing trouble in Nigeria or engaging in, fraudulent activity or illegal activity in Nigeria, they have to do that in conjunction with Nigerian police. So for them to do it unilaterally without Nigerian state involvement in that, I don't know how. I would be surprised that that is happening in our land. That will just tell me that Nigeria have completely lost her sovereignty, and Chinese as gradually creeping in, gradually taking over that country. That is the way I will interpret it. But we have to keep on watching that space so we can get more fact on this matter, but I'm not. I don't want to agree in totality that Nigeria will allow them to station a police station on our territory. So without without collaboration with Nigerian police and Nigerian government. So that's my take on that one.
All right, brilliant. And the back and forth between ABIKE, DABIRI, AREWA and Madam Obi EZEKWESILI on Twitter over some wayward guy that I was hurling abuse at ABIKE, and she clapped back, but then Madam Obi asking us to kneel down. So Madam Obi asked ABIKE to kneel down, and a fight ensues. So what's going on there, Ajanle Koko?
You see, some of these stupid children that you see online abusing people that are of age of their mother, their father, their sisters, I mean, their aunt. Sometimes you have to release some bomb on them as well. What ABIKE DABIRI did, I will not totally condemn her for doing that. For jabbing back at that idiot that lack home training. So, but Mrs. EZEKWESILI, who jumped between them to tell ABIKE, don't take that down. Yeah, she was trying to do good as well, but I believe she was afraid of, calling out the other lady that was throwing a bad word at ABIKE DABIRI. I think she should have done so to show that, she's really, not, I won't say that she's taking side, but she should have, put it in a tweet that stop attacking, by telling the other lady that stop attacking ABIKE. She has not done anything wrong to you. This is not good. And then at the same time, advise ABIKE that, please take this thing down. And that will show that, yes, she is trying to play a role of, but she was silent. She didn't say anything about what that lady done wrong. And she was only telling ABIKE, do not do this or stuff like that. Well, but some of these young people that are not well trained from their home, some of them are trained, but they chooses to be bad, bad citizen, or should I call them? How do I describe them? They chooses bad, doing bad things, disrespecting elders online because they know nobody can see their face. It's very, very bad. I think it will be good for people to always, call them out and try to let them know that what they are doing is very, very wrong. Particularly people that are very close to them, their parent particularly. I mean, when you see the tweet of your child, sometimes the parent will not know. But if at any time it got to the notice of the parent, those of you that are parents now, if you go to your notice, you see your child, doing some bad thing online, causing trouble, disrespecting people, should be able to sit him or her down and let them know that that is not the way to, it's not the way to it, and they should, not use internet to abuse or bully people. So ABIKE DABIRI, I think she did right by jabbing back and then step down after that. They need some of these crazy children all over the place. They needed some slap too sometimes, so that they can know that this kind of person don't mess with that person. So that's my take on that woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. Four-time Ajanle Koko. Let me go on from you to Play Town, who joins us from from Lagos. So Playtown, are you still there?
Are you sure he's from Lagos or he's speaking from Abakaliki?
Yes. Where are you? Where are you from? Are you from
I'm
Lagos,
here.
or are you from Lagos or from Abakaliki? Is what Ajan Lekoko wants to know.
I've never been to Abakaliki before.
Oh, there you are.
But I would love to go there anyway. I would love to see what they're doing there.
They have rice farm there. Have you eaten Abakaliki rice before?
Yes, I have.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, I think I have.
You don't sound like somebody who have eaten Abakaliki rice.
No, this one is
What's special about the rice?
One man, not be that guy say come from Edo State.
Ajale Koko, which state are you talking about?
No, that's not him, Tony.
Ajale Koko, which state are you talking
Enugu
about?
now.
I've been to Enugu very well.
Have you eaten the Abakaliki rice before?
It's not Enugu, it's Ebony. It's Ebony. It's Ebony.
Ebony. Okay, Ebony. Yeah. Have you eaten it?
Yeah, I've eaten Abakaliki rice. Very sweet.
Okay, good. You are original Igbo man.
I've traveled all
Even
around.
Yoruba people eat Abakaliki rice now.
No. We know they eat about now fada rice we they eat.
Yeah, fada rice. Yeah.
Yeah. That is the best rice in this world. Best organic rice.
Abakaliki rice now with stones. Now with stones.
Abakaliki stone plenty too much for Abakaliki.
Now let Ekpoma rice now better pass Ekpoma rice.
Can you see everybody are now being tribal? You're selling their rice.
Make una dey ask Ovie. He will tell you now.
One man
now too much shinkafa like be Edo man, a Kano man Ovie be.
No, enjoy the joke. Ovie is only here to joke.
Not in love with Kano.
No, enjoy the joke.
Ovie is from Ovie. I don't think Ovie has lived in the north. I don't think.
Yeah, I think he has lived in the north because the way he knows he talks about this terrain, location is very
because of his friends. Because of his friend when they stay together. Myself, I get Adamu now. My Lieutenant Adamu is my best friend. So we get some special friends also from Fulani there now for north. We get some. I got some family friends. You can go to their home.
One man, please. Ovie is now proud though. He doesn't want to join us anymore since you elevate him.
No, he's okay. But Ovie is on afternoon session.
Ovie is vice president. One man went to Mo. See?
That reminds me.
Ovie is doing an excellent job. He's doing
vice president.
I'm poking at him.
Make una the respect Ovie now. Be ordinary person like us again. Now vice president.
That reminds me. Sometime today, I came to the internet. Like I saw where you guys were. I was like, I saw Ovie, and the discussion appears to take a lot of time. I was like, are these people? How many sessions are we doing again today? You guys were discussing things about state police and sort of. I was like, which session?
We've always done 2 sessions.
No, that session I don't think it was the one you normally do at very early in the morning.
Yes, what I usually do it round about 1 p.m. UK time. But because Ovie is doing it now, and so he has to do it according to his American time.
Okay. American time, which is around 9:30 to 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. So yeah.
I understand.
All right, thank you. So back to you, Playtown. So Playtown, I was intending to take you to that space that Ajale Koko just left, this skirmish between ABIKE and Madam Obi. Are you following it, and what are you making of it?
Yeah, I saw some posts with regards to that, and I think it was Ajale Koko that was talking about the fact that she would have cautioned both parties, and I think I gravitate towards that school of thoughts. In as much as someone might also say that there will be no need cautioning the bully guy online, because it's almost like she's trying to tell ABIKE that she's supposed to be above, like maybe a pig wants to drag you to the mud, and then you come there and both of you are playing in the mud. So probably if I want to address someone I see as a clean person, I shouldn't be addressing the pig. I should be addressing the clean person who chooses to go to the mud. So maybe that's how Madam Obi was thinking. But on the general view, I think she would have probably also called out the troll as well. But then for Madam ABIKE, I don't see any reason why she needs to. What people don't know about replying trolls online is these trolls, they don't subscribe to superior agreements. They don't subscribe to superior agreements. Most of these guys are kids, yeah, and this is cruise for them. They're having fun. Trust me, if you gave most of us when we were growing up, if you gave us the capacity to hide up under a phone or hide under a shadow and accuse and abuse our elders without them knowing us, trust me, a lot of us will do that, because some of us want to catch the cruise. Maybe I might be able to abuse my teacher without my teacher actually knowing who did it to her. Yeah, so that's what is happening in this online. So most of these trolls are catching crews, and they don't subscribe to superior arguments. So no matter how much you spank them, no matter how much you reply them, they're going to come back 10 times stronger. You know what I'm saying? So for someone that is as exposed as her, as Madam ABIKE, and someone that is occupying that very, very position, that image-making position, you get what I'm saying, that diaspora position, I really think is unnecessary. Even though sometimes, according to our mood and whatever it is, you might feel it's necessary to just once in a while probably just reply a troll or whatever. But then I don't think it's a big. I don't think it's a big. I think it's
All
a
right.
big deal.
All right, thank you. And to the space, Atiku rushed to Paris in France for as an emergency. Is that making news where you are, and what are you making of it?
It's not making any news. It's not picking any traction here. I can guarantee you that. And one of the biggest reasons why it's not is because it's coming from the most useless person. Sorry, excuse my language. Politician in existence in Nigeria, and that's FFK. And he has lost so much relevance that it's probably not even relevant to his own kids and his family. So it's definitely not going to pick any traction. As far as that thing is coming from him, I don't think it's even a conversation I want to have at all.
Oh, okay. And to the Osinbajo and Tinubu making peace, is this a good development for the APC campaign?
Yeah, definitely is a good, because I feel, for me, anybody going into an election, not just an election as competitive as the one we're about to have in 2023, needs all hands on deck. Same with the PDP. So any PDP member saying we don't need Wike, we don't need it. No. I think you need everybody. You have to keep dialoguing till the last minute. So for me, I feel everybody in APC should have to come on board if Mr. Tinubu wants to have a great chance in 2023. So for me, this whole space of saying that Osinbajo was a traitor and all that, I think that's not being fair to this man. That's not being fair to this man, because all this man did was express his rights under a democratic setting. He ran an election and he lule and he went home. And he didn't start cost, even on the on the cost of running for the election. I can't remember any time he cost at Tinubu or brought him down, or cost and said anything about whatever.
Sorry, Iscariot. Well, no, so not actually, that was a Freudian slip. Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah.
Playtown. What are
Yeah.
you making of the Iscariot narrative, that the appellation that they are hanging?
I think it's very, very unfortunate for me. I really think it's really very, very unfortunate, and that's being very unfair to the man. And for me, I think Tinubu should have honestly, this is my personal opinion. I think Tinubu should have commented on that whole narrative and told people that, hey, this is a democracy and everybody has the right to run. You get what I'm saying? I think we should have issued a statement or say something about that you guys cannot gag anybody not to express their rights in a democratic setting, because Tinubu is selling himself as a Democrat. But for his silence only tells that, yes, I don't really want to come after Osinbajo, but people are coming after him, and yeah, you guys should do it for me. And I don't think it's really necessary. I don't think, and most of these guys that's doing these things, most of my Yoruba brothers and most people from the Southwest that feels that this guy is a traitor, I don't think it's a traitor. I think he's just, if someone feels Tinubu is a good candidate from Southwest, I feel Osinbajo is also a good candidate from Southwest. All they did was go to the field and the guy with the superior mind won. That's not a big deal. So for now, if they meet and then they agree on whatever it is and they go to the campaigns, fine. And I think Osinbajo is already a vice president. There's only one position ever he can take in Nigeria, and that's the presidency. He's not going to go for any ministerial whatever again, or any other post under the presidency. You get what I'm saying? So for now, he's an elder state person, and I really don't think it's any Iscariot anything. I think it's a very, very unfortunate phrase to use.
Are you there? All right. I think we've lost. Can people hear me?
Yes,
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, woman. And then Osinbajo was a bad product because it's part of the government that failed totally. If I may use Ajadikoko's terms, he failed woefully. So I think that what.
When you make this argument, I just laugh, honestly.
No, I don't know. I don't want to open up that space again.
I'm
so
back.
are you back? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Carry on.
So I was talking about Osinbajo, yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm saying that the Iscariot phrase, I think is a very, very unfortunate thing to say, a very disrespectful thing to say for a man that did a lot for the Lagos judicial system, a man that has established himself over the years as a very smart technocrat, a vice president that is one of the most active vice presidents we've ever had, And I think just for the fact that he decides to exercise his democratic rights, and then some people with a godfather master-slave mentality are coming to say that he's disloyal and all of that. That's the reason why we are where we are today, according to him. We are where we are today. You know what I'm saying? So for me, all he did was to listen to a lot of people that felt he could have made a good president, aligned with them and say, you know what, I'm going to do this, I'm going to run. And he threw his heart into the race. If you think Tinubu is a qualified Southwesterner, I think Osinbajo is also a qualified Southwesterner. Fine, let's agree. Two qualified candidates, they go to the field, they fight it out, and the guy with the superior mind takes it. End of discussion. I don't know where the whole Iscariot thing is coming and all that. I think it's really very disrespectful for a man of his standing. Really, that's my thought.
All right, brilliant. Well, cool. So thank you. So for time, and I think you're in a bad spot now. So a lot of woofing sound. So thank you. So for time, let me go on from you to Rational Mind, and let's take his commentary on that Osinbajo space. So Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, one man. So for me, I think I've already said what I have to say when I challenged what's his name, Solomon's view on that. I don't want you to get it wrong. We're all here to challenge other people's view. I think I try to be respectful when I do that, and like before I said to Solomon, I caution him with the word that, look, I'm about to say this, don't take it as an insult. Just to clarify that aspect. When I interject, I do that because I just want to challenge somebody's view. So anyway, I think everybody has said what I would have said as well. I think I'm on the same line of thought with Atiku, and I think Playtown. You see, ever since I left that country years and years ago, I saw how things is done outside. I realized that I know there's tradition and everything, but sometimes our traditions are not always the right thing. They don't have the right ways or the right manners of doing things. There's respect, yes, we should respect, but sometimes when people do what they're not supposed to do, or they feel they are godlike, then we have to put them where they belong. I don't subscribe to pedestalizing somebody, so looking at somebody as my one and only savior or whatever. No, I'm well educated now to understand that it's a recipe for disaster when one man is allowed to be the one to call the shot that determines who goes in where and who determines everybody's life. That is in this modern world we live. It's a recipe for disaster, and it will definitely lead to anarchy at some point. So it's better we don't even start it at all, or we don't even give room for that. Let's give room for democracy, people to have their own input. That's what we're all here. I mean, we can. Nobody's lording it over anybody here. Everybody comes here and express their view, even though we sometimes attack each other on some views and all of that. So for me, that's just one thing I don't really buy about Tinubu. I said it on this platform. Leaders like Awolowo was a very good leader. That's why to this very day, even the man is dead over 35 years ago. He died in 1987, I guess. Yeah. That's over 6 or 7 years ago. I mean, this man's name still rings because people who know him. I grew up to know him. I read about him. I never met him in person. I saw him when he flew over my area in his helicopter at some point when he was campaigning in the 70s. And they were throwing out leaflets and everything from the helicopter. I witnessed that in my own part of Lagos. So anyway, for me, those are selfless leaders who put the needs of other people before them. He might have done his own mistake. I mean, he has his own shortcomings too, which I think Tinubu too has. But one of the things about Tinubu, for me, Tinubu is he calling the shot. He being the only person that everybody must bow down to. No, I don't think one person should be that. Like Angelico said, number 2 position is an exalted position in Nigeria. And the way and manner in which he treated Osinbajo that day, it tells us a lot. Even not because Gbajabiamila had to tell him, like it was reported, that he had to tell him to go, no, you don't do that, and he had to go back. But I hope he has forgiven him, really, truly has forgiven him. And he will use that against him if he ever becomes president. But for me, like I said, I don't subscribe to one man or one person calling the shots. I believe we live in a modern world now where everybody should have, people should be able to be free in determining who becomes their leader. Or when one person determines who becomes your leader, my leader, that's a recipe for disaster. That's a breeding, a cesspool for all kinds of evil and whatever that comes with that. So for me, on that, I just want to put it at that I don't believe in one person calling the shots. So if somebody who he trained or somebody who was his follower at some point decide to want to do otherwise, well, why not? Let him do. Let him contest against his master. That's the beauty of living, of existence, and it's going history. And other people want to replicate the same thing. That people should be challenged, not because he's my boss. I doesn't mean I can't challenge it. So for me, one man, that's just my view on that.
Oh, all right, brilliant, Wapo. Brilliant, Wapo. So, brilliant, Wapo. So, rational mind, with your permission and the permission of everyone else, I'd like to round it off here. I have an early start, and I'm almost already somewhat dozing off. So, with your permission, I would like to round off to land on Ajanle Koko. But before I round off, let me acknowledge the people that have made donations to the platform just to tidy up that space. Let me just see. Yeah, let me make sure. Okay, so let me just acknowledge the people that have made donations to the platform to tidy up that space. Let's just say. So for the day we've had Meadowman who came in, Jafar who traditionally does, and the other person that traditionally does almost on a daily basis as well is Ayo. So Ayo and Jafar, and then Meadowman joins them. Hakim Taiwo, and then the last person to come in is Bishi Rashid. Well, I hope I pronounced that right. Bishi Rashid. So Bishi Rashid. So thank you to all those people. So we seek to start to round off to land on Ajan Lekoko. We kick the rounding off with Solomon in Nigeria. So gentlemen, just as swiftly as you can condense it, and then we land on Ajan Lekoko. So Solomon, you're up.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Woman, today for this platform for hosting this show in this program this evening, and I want to thank everybody for their contribution. I learned from most of, no, if not from everybody, I learned things from the contributions of today. I got to know certain things, and I still stand on my word that Osinbajo was rebellious on Tinubu for him to try to go and pick that ticket without, as in, trying to move faster than his shadow. He did not try at all. He did not try at all. So thank you very much. I pray we all gather here tomorrow again to have a wonderful section like this. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night. Sleep well. You stay up so late, Solomon. You stay up so late. So thank you,
Yeah.
Solomon. Yes. What you say? That's why you should get yourself a babe. If you get yourself a babe, you won't have time to listen to old men talking politics. But
I enjoy this talk a lot. Thank you.
all right, with that. Thank you. See you again. So let's go on from Solomon. Let's go to PlayStation. So PlayStation that time of the session again.
All right. I want to thank everybody that contributed today, and from one man, I thank you for once again organizing and doing what you know how to do best. And I said it before, I was not trying to serve jollof rice to you. When I was saying that, I said you're the best online moderator I've ever come across before, and I wasn't joking about that. And I have my indices of arriving at that conclusion. Ajan Likoko, best analyst on the platform for me, and the Kulata as well. And I thank every other person on the platform for your contributions. And one of the most important things you learn when adults gather together to have discussions is you have to teach and learn at the same time. So you must be able to teach, and you must be able to be teachable. So every time I come to this platform, I want to make sure that in as much as I give whatever I have, I want to go back with more than I came in with. So I listen keenly. Most of the time, you notice that I don't interject all the time. Most of the time I'm here, I just listen. I want to pick out. I want to be smarter than I was when I came in with every episode I join. So I think that's a good thing. One man, I wanted to chip in something real quick. You said something. You said if Obi or Osinbajo becomes president, that is not going to affect the naira or investment. I differed earlier. I wanted to ask you, when Osinbajo was made acting president, do you know what happened to the naira?
No, that was policy, not market. Now, what
No,
happened was
the instance. I'm talking about the instance that day he became acting president. Do you know what happened to the naira that day
well,
at the forest at the markets?
well, you tell me clearly. You know,
It went up. It went up, and then it went up very significantly. And then we saw what happened within that short period of time because of the perception of the kind of person he was, the responsiveness of his body language. These are the things monetary, the economy, economic environment responds to. This is what investors respond to. They respond to body language, perception. You understand what I'm saying, rather than even facts. So that's by the way. So for me, hope is what drives those things. So I want to thank everybody once again. Thank you, one man. It's 2:30 a.m. in Nigeria. So those of us in Nigeria, we sacrifice a lot to be part of this platform. And so I thank everybody, and I wish everybody well. Have a good day, and hope to have all of you back here tomorrow for us to do this once again. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant. Well put. So thank you for that. And it's 2:30 a.m. here too. So thank you, Play Summer. So let's go from Play Summer to Tony. Tony, to you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I understand say you must have to go and relax because because body no be pako, body no be firewood. So you go rest, Then but make I just talk small, about the China police.
Sorry, not at any great length though.
No. I don't want. Yeah. No, say I've never taken your time here. Now. I think everybody can testify to that.
Yeah,
so
carry on, Tony. Yeah.
I just want to say, make I just caution our people, say that because they listen to how people they contribute since that they use grammar, But now the thing be say, Igbo people, these white countries, all of them are the same brothers and sisters. So Chinese and the Americans and the British and the Germans, they are working hand in hand. They will say, okay, come and place one here first. So that make all those Mumu Africans will not say, not violate them. Then before they will come and cycle us. So make not go buy into that at all. And to say that it's coming from the state, so I don't believe that. Okay. So but tomorrow we'll talk about now that Osinbajo was not qualified because he was a member of this government that made us to still remain abroad. So all these people when they talk blah 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 here, but they don't talk like that. Osinbajo was not as qualified as Tinubu because whom we are just looking up to, that was not part of the government. So Osinbajo, can't be, exonerated from all the atrocities, all those killings, all those everything. Okay, thank you, sir. Good night very much. So good night, everybody. Everybody, thumb up. I greet everybody. Thank you, sir.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Tony. I'm sorry I couldn't get to you fully, but thank you, Tony. So let's go on from Tony to Ola to you.
Yeah, nice session. Thank you, everyone. Please let us thumb up and share the good message. The only thing I wanted to talk about the other time is about the body language, the way investors respond to things. You see, investors, they are not politically naive. The way we talk, they don't say they understand political process when they want to support. For example, I not necessarily crucifying, but I don't see how investors will start bringing money to your country just because Obi is going to become the president when he will be the only one, while we have over 400 National Assembly members. So those guys, they are not stupid. They know how the arms of government are dictating. Just like when they used to have like 40,000 business-related cases in Lagos that time. Who wanted to bring business until, for example, that the like of Osinbajo reduced all those business cases, that they now made Lagos State an environment to invest. So any investors will look beyond who is going to become the president. They will look at other arms of the government and the processes you have within your government before they can react. So I just want us to keep educating ourselves the right way so that we help people to take the right decision. Other than that, I thank you, everyone. Like I'm begging us, let us just appreciate the forum, and I hope to see you later. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So let's go on from Ola to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, to you. Have we had Rational Mind already? Has it left us? All right. Okay. Thank you, Rational Mind. So let's go then to Thomas. Thomas, are you still there?
I'm here, one man.
All right, brilliant. So to you, Thomas.
Thank you so much. Kulata, how far about your obedience for 1 week? I hope they haven't bullied you. Everybody, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, one man. Yeah, good night.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let's go on from Thomas to Saki Fada. Saki Fada.
Thank you, one man. It has been a very nice session, Yeah, like I said, I will always maintain what I said. Osinbajo didn't do wrong, It is within his rights, Yeah, we are pushing for a very good Nigeria, and let's begin to change things the way it is done traditionally. Tomorrow we'll come back here and have a very wonderful session and maybe drink some tea, and talk. No problem. Yeah. Let me leave you so that you go and sleep. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki. So from Saki Fada to the man of the moment, the daddy of them all, the mighty Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko, the final word.
Thank you, woman. And let me thank every panelist that came on board this evening. You've all done well. Come back tomorrow to do another round with one man. And on the issue of Wike in Lagos, Wike that endorsed the governor of Lagos, APC governor, instead of PDP governor, is just to tell us that the trouble in PDP, is still, we continue to get worse. That is what tells me. And the reason because the governorship candidate, Jendo in Lagos, is pro Atiku, while what they call the father of PDP policies in Lagos, what's the name of that man?
Body George.
Body George is pro Wike. So the battle line is already drawn, and they drawn it. They are not trying to give room for easy way out. That is what Wike did. Tells me. Will he get a backlash, or will he get a response from the party to discipline him and regard his action as anti-party activity? Let's wait and see. We'll be willing to hear from PDP maybe tomorrow to respond, or maybe during the week to respond against what Wike did and the action they want to take. So, but Wike is telling them, I am moving towards, I'm crossing over. It looks like it's leaning towards Tinubu. That's the way I see it. The endorsement of, what do you call it, Sanwo-Olu, is an endorsement of Tinubu to me. So, endorsement of Tinubu will come if PDP does not settle the problem within them, particularly Atiku. If it doesn't yield to Wike and his group that you must go, he is taking a risk and he will lose the presidency. If Wike and his team support Tinubu, that is the end of Atiku in this race. Other than that, let me thank every one of you at the commentary section. Alasadra Akashi, the father of the commentary section. Thank you, Oga, the master. Thank you, Ayo. Everybody there. Thank you all. Come back tomorrow to do what you know to do best. You are the strength of the platform. And to our listeners around the world, please use this time as we are winding down to click on the like button, share, subscribe, and just do it. That is what is required from you the most. Thank you. And one man, another one, we have completed it. As they sweet us, they pain them. As they pain them, they sweet us. So thank you.
It's a River State something.
Yes, we are the father of all platforms. We have done it again. As they sweet us, they pain them. As they pain them, they sweet us. So thank you, woman. Go to bed, and God's willing, tomorrow, by God's grace, we'll be with you, and we'll continue the struggle from there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that was Ajanle Koko, and when Ajanle Koko has his word, the curtain falls. So there it is. Like, share, and subscribe. So a real nice session. We'll do it again tomorrow. Ovia to kick it off, I to pick it up, and there it is right there. I say they sweet us, you go they pain them. And here it is. It's a river says something.
When it they pain them, it they sweet us. When it they sweet us, it they pain them. The river says something. As it they sweet us, you go they pain them. As it they pain them, you go they sweet them. As it they sweet us, you go they pain them. As it they pain them, you go they sweet us.
And peace.